before ask how number one and number two, if number one and number two are feasible vis-a-vis high-level automation as a technological objective. That is basically it. If you would like to know more about this approach, please give a look to this paper. This is our first co-authored papers. The title is Ethics of Connected and Automated Vehicles, an Engineering Perspective. You'll have to wait a couple of months though, because it is due for publication in January 2022 in the International Journal of Technoethics, and the main points that we discuss in this paper are precisely those that I presented very quickly today. So we present a methodology to bridge the gap between principles, recommendations, and design practices. Interdisciplinarity is very important for our work, and because it is based on close cooperation between engineers and philosophers. And finally, we apply this methodology on three main problems: personal autonomy, explainability, and privacy. So that's it for me. If you have any question, I would be very happy to answer them and discuss them with you. That's it. Back to you, Liz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fossa. Yes, I remind you, everybody, to type your question in the chat. So at the end of this session, we have the opportunity to discuss and answer to your question. Thank you again. The next presentation will be a record presentation from Mrs. Aleksandra Rodak, and it's about human-centered design in automated vehicles. Aleksandra, I suppose you have the presentation. Yes, thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aleksandra Rodak. I work in Motor Transport Institute, a research center in Warsaw, Poland. Today, I'd like to tell you something more about human-centered design in automated vehicles. In Trustonomy project, we are connecting stakeholders from different automotive industry, research and transport areas. The consortium is being composed by 16 organizations from 9 countries in Europe, and the vision of the project is to raise safety, trust, and acceptance of automated vehicles by helping to address the technical and non-technical challenges through a well-integrated and interdisciplinary approach. The project focuses its activities on human, and it assumes experts and ordinary citizens' involvement. And also, Trustonomy compares in terms of performance, ethics, acceptability, different technologies and approaches in different scenarios for automatic driving and requests to take control. It refers to various types of users in terms of age, gender, experience, means of transport like passenger cars, trucks, and buses, as well as automation levels and the different driving conditions. The project investigates the domains of driver state monitoring, human-machine interfaces, driver training, risk assessment, early warning, trajectory planning, driver intervention performance assessment, driver's trust, and acceptance. The project follows a user-centered design approach with an ultimate goal of measuring user trust and acceptance. But what does it mean? It means that in all of the steps undertaken to develop a framework, either the assessment methodology or training curricula, the members of the consortium take care to create something that will be in line with user requirements and expectations. By involving the user in each stage of design process, Trustonomy benefits from user interviews, user observations, and wireframing. The user-centered design process goes through 6 different phases. First of all, we need to specify the use context and users' needs. Then we need to specify business requirements, build the design solutions from rough concept to finished design, evaluate the designs with usability testing, implement, and finally, the last step, there is deployment. When designing an automated vehicle, the human-oriented challenges relate mostly to HMI designs, to driver state monitoring, driver intervention performance assessment, and driver trust. Let's start with HMIs. These are tools which helps the driver to communicate with the vehicle and so on. The communication may be RTI oriented, just to initiate transition of control, inform the driver about environmental demand on RTIs, or influence driver state during RTI. It uses different parameters such as modality, expression, intensity, and location. And when talking about modalities, we can use audio, visual, haptic, or mix of them. In Trustonomy project, we tested 3 different RTI informing pictograms, which you can see up on the right corner of your screen, and also 4 different full HMI designs. The first one is visual only, and it uses dashboard icon, the one with natural colors, hands-on wheel, and the HUD icon, the one in orange color. They are obviously totally different. The second one is visual and audio. Here we use the dashboard natural hands-on wheel icon and a fixed signal. The third one is visual and haptic, and again we have the same dashboard icon, but instead of having a fixed signal, we have driver seat vibration. And the last one is all about personalization. Here we used only one modality, the audio, and the participant was able to select the type of signal from 4 different options and its intensity. Our research showed that almost 50%, so a half of participants said that the red hands-on wheel icon is most warning about the need to intervene, while the 30% of them declared that the same icon in natural colors inform about RTI. However, when it comes to the preference of use, we used usability test, and our respondents rated HUD-based HMI to be the best for informing about the need to retake control. They responded that the intense color, orange or red, hands on wheel icon displayed on the head-up display and sufficiently intense vibration of the driver's seat should be the best RTI informing HMI that you would like to use the most. Next, we have driver state monitoring. And here, user-centered design is all about the driver, the human driver, because this domain is particularly concentrated, focused on the human driver. By using different tools, we are measuring driver and it's covering head position and rotation, gaze direction, blink and saccades indication, eyelids positions, and mouth opening. Here you can see the short videos. The gray one is roughly taken from the eye tracker that was mounted in our simulator, in ITS simulator, and the colored ones are simulations from the SensiDrive software. The next domain that requires human-centered approach is driver intervention performance assessment. DIPA involves the definition of relevant objective measures to assess the quality of intervention performance, such as driver takeover time from one set of RTI, driver intervention time, control stabilization time, remaining action time, as well as subjective measures of the quality of intervention performance. From ADS perspective, DIPA is implemented as a decision layer, gathers information from the driver state monitoring and vehicle monitoring. When system identified that the driver took the control, DIPA model ascertains if the human is able to safely maintain manual driving or a decision of performing manual risk maneuver should be taken. In simulator, we recorded six different RTI kilometers per hour, and the total time budget was around 7.7 seconds. Lowest time to collision also in seconds. And what we have from our research is that there is a significant correlation between these two parameters that says the latter braking was started, the higher chance of low TTC was obtained. Trust is fundamental to many everyday activities. Research suggests that the level of trust not only predicts whether autonomy will be used, but also how it will be used. For example, low level of trust might dissuade users from its use, whilst high level of trust might encourage them. The level of trust and users' expectations must match the actual system capabilities. In 1994, Moore introduced the concept of trust calibration as the process of adjusting trust to correspond to an objective measure of trustworthiness. Mistrust and distrust are examples of poor trust calibration when an operator through the system. To properly calibrate the level of trust, we have to work on three distinct layers: dispositional trust, situational trust, and learned trust. Dispositional trust represents an individual's underlying propensity to trust, whereas situational trust depends on a specific situation. Situational trust can be influenced by both the environment but also driver state. Learned trust is based on previous relevant experiences. And in Trustonomy project, we tried to raise drivers' trust by implementing a dedicated driver training so that the trainee can learn from experiences gained in different situations. In Trustonomy project, we developed 3 different driver training courses. First of all, we have the theoretical only course that was related to reading a single page manual. Then we have theoretical plus semi-practical platform and practical training that was conducted by a researcher via intercom or face-to-face course. Our results show that the type of training influenced the ability to activate the heavy chauffeurs, the system of level 4 that was implemented served in the practical and e-learning group to the dashboard, and the learning group the most, while also the manual group paid the least attention to mirrors, and the most mirrors looking percentage was gained by the e-learning group. Participants in the study in the manual conditions showed a lower number of right corrections comparing to practical and e-learning condition taken together. 60 driver who did it, and who underwent manual training, so he read the manual on his own. As you can see, number of drivers who took control in the fog, there is a very similar number between practical and e-learning group, so with a slight difference for practical participants. They it was 8 person comparing to 7 people for e-learning group. And now going back to trust and acceptance, our research showed that respondents have a moderate enthusiasm in car-mounted driving assistance systems. And also, while we were implementing our driver training and teaching drivers how they should operate the system, even regardless of its form, if it was reading a manual, or it was a e-learning group, or the one with practical training, each of them, after a 15 minutes training, had reduced fears of using AVs. The significant change was observed in privacy concerns, trust in AV performance, and trust in AV process. This is very important outcome because it shows that even a 15-minute training can change drivers' attitude towards automation, and this shows how really important it is to conduct driver training and to work on trust and acceptance of AV vehicles, and to consider human-centered design when creating a vehicle and creating everything that is related to this vehicle, not only the technology, but also look at this social related issues that has very big influence on users. If you'd like to hear more and know more about Trustonomy project, what we are dealing with, and what are our latest results, please follow us on our website and on social media. From my side, thank you for your attention. I leave the floor to the others. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
So thank you for this presentation. Then we are going to the next presentation, which is it is about the Advanced Driver Assistance System, so ADAS implementation in low and middle income country. As Mr. Godthelp cannot attend the workshop, Mr. Ahmed Ksentini from Tunisia has kindly accepted to make the presentation. Please, Ahmed, introduce yourself and go with the presentation, please.
Thank you, Liz. Hello, everyone. I'm Ahmed Ksentini from Tunisia. I'm co-leading the working group 311 with Hans Godthelp on special issues for low to middle income countries. And Hans proposed this presentation about the use of connected automatic vehicles in the context of these countries. So I'm going to present on his behalf. I'm going to share my screen. Sorry. Do you see it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So the presentation is about road safety in LMICs, the potential role of driver assistance systems. So I have to. Road crashes cause a huge problem of public health in low to middle income countries, and the safe system approach is generally considered as the leading concept on the way to road safety. So based on the fundamental premise that humans make mistakes, the design of the traffic system should prevent high-speed encounters and be forgiving in the ultimate case of crash. The safe explaining road concept was developed as a key element of the safe system approach, resulting in road designs that give guidance to road user behavior in terms of route and speed choice and interaction with vulnerable road users. However, the safe road principles are certainly not leading in today's infrastructure developments in most low to middle income of vulnerable road users. And in many cases, existing through roads in local communities in these countries are upgraded. This results in a heavy traffic loads and high speeds on places that are absolutely not suited for this kind of through traffic. So furthermore, the safe system requires the functional is not the case at all in these countries. The GIS project, which was initiated by Hans Godthelp in the 90s, presented an early system philosophy in which a number of isolated support systems are transformed into one integrated communication system. So here, GIS stands for Generic Intelligent Driver Supports. It made the connection between the intelligent support systems and the system approach. And the system provides drivers support on all the levels of the driving task, in modality choice, in navigation, in anti-collision, speed adaptation, and also active vehicle guidance. And a dialogue control system regulates the overall driver workload. And the JITS also provides a tutorial component. Back to the 20s, to the 60s, it was argued that traffic crashes are 90% human errors. And then new visions of the 70s started to come to light in which other components are integrated into the crash causes. And we started speaking about safe drivers, vehicles, and rose to lead to the first definition of the Haddon matrix. And now in 2021, the concept of the safe system is adopted in almost countries and road safety strategies. Actually, in the Netherlands, the number of road traffic fatalities reached a peak value of more than 3,200 in 1972. After that year, a long and steady period of safety programs followed, and passive safety measures reduced the consequences of accidents, and obligatory seatbelt use may be considered as one of the most successful in this category. Strategies for law enforcement were also introduced, not only to increase seatbelt use, but also to improve speed behavior and reduce alcohol use. All of these measures gave a first boost towards a reduction in the number of fatalities. A more or less definite breakthrough was reached in the 90s by developing the so-called concept sustainable safety, the notion that the traffic system should be resistant to human errors. As a result, the number of fatalities reached 570 in 2014. Developments similar to the Netherlands took place in the most of the Western European countries, and internationally, the underlying approach has developed as the safe system approach. Now, focusing on the low to middle income countries, and now that the first decade of action has come to an end, some first positive results become visible. Nevertheless, at the second ministerial conference on road safety in Stockholm, the conclusion had to be drawn that the 2020 goals were by far not reached, and that in fact, the fatality numbers in many low to middle income countries are still increasing. The World Health Organization Global Status Reports on road safety shows the trend of increasing fatality numbers within a dramatic number of 1.35 million fatalities worldwide in 2016. The report also shows that the rates of road traffic death per 100,000 population in some African countries reaches 29.3, whereas this number is about 3.8 in the Netherlands. So these numbers make clear that extra efforts are needed to accelerate developments in low to middle income countries. And the fundamental question may be whether, on a relatively short notice, New technologies may become an integrated part of the safe system approach. Making use of existing ship technology may stimulate low to middle income countries to develop a policy towards a leapfrog strategy in order to improve their fatality numbers. This work gives some thoughts into this direction. Instead of focusing on self-driving vehicles, low to middle income countries may benefit from intelligent cars, truck, buses, motorcycles that are able to understand roads and give guidance to the driver. This approach may be mixed with earlier concepts of self-explaining roads and vehicle safety technology. This combination might help to further transfer road traffic into a safe system. Intelligent transportation systems are on their way of development for about 30 years. The development of roadside system brought us quite a number of systems that combine traffic flow improvement with road safety. Systems like traffic signaling or on motorways, intelligent traffic control signals, and vehicle-activated signs do give guidance to drivers, making traffic smooth and safer. Regarding intelligent vehicle safety systems, the automotive sector developed a long-term view about the development of support systems, ultimately resulting in the autonomous vehicle. The expectation has been and still is that in the course of time, subsequent levels of automation will appear, ranging from no automation, which is the level 0 according to the Society of Automotive Engineers classification, to the full automation. In this context, Bala and Gleason in 2020 analyzed the potential life-saving effects on 9 proven vehicle technologies for the Latin American region. Their results show that electronic stability control, including anti-lock braking system, the more frequent use of seatbelts and child restraints, our better side front impact systems will be very beneficial. Calculation indicated that improving these vehicle design features might result in 28 fewer deaths, according to this study. Also, the study by Wilming 2008 clearly shows the potential of benefits of this sort of vehicle safety systems. Nevertheless, a more integrated vision about their role in the safe system concept is quite unclear and now underexposed. Today, automation systems are introduced more or less in isolation as sort of precursors of self-driving cars. Also, the UK External Vehicle Speed Control EVSC project has prepared a proposal strategy for implementing intelligent speed adaptation ESA in the UK. And on this work constitutes the final, the ESA system can be characterized by how intervening or permissive is it. Here, standard variants are advisory, which display the speed limit and remind the driver of changes in the speed limit. Voluntary, this allows the driver to enable and disable control by vehicle of maximum speed. Or mandatory, where the vehicle is limited at all times. So the speed limits themselves are here fixed or variable or dynamic. And the approach based is on an autonomous architecture in which the vehicle would know its location from GPS-based navigation systems and would know the speed limit for that location for an onboard digital roadmap in which the speed limit for each link in the network has been encoded. This concept is illustrated in this figure. And the numbers used for the relationship between changes in the mean speed and accident risk were that for each 1 km/h change in mean speed, The best estimate of the change in accident risk was 3%. The estimate was applied to create the estimate for advisory ISA, the second case. Based on the findings, the change in accident were capped at 25%, and for the fatal crashes for 50%. And on this table, they show the best estimate of the accident saving at the various level of accident severity for the permutations of ISA. So ISA systems are divided into the broad classes of advisory, driver select, and battery system. And each broad class can have speed limits in fixed, variable, or dynamic force as explained. The calculations for the effect of ISA on fatal and serious accidents and on fatal accidents has been made by applying some empirical formula. And they concluded that for a given type of road, the injury accident rate changes in the square of the ratio of a change in the mean speed. The severe injury accident rates change actually with the cube of the speed changes, and the fatal accident rates change with speed change to 4th power. The prediction is that the most powerful and versatile form of ISA is the mandatory dynamic system. It will reduce fatal and serious accidents by 48% and will reduce fatal accidents by 59%. So summarizing, it can be argued that a breakthrough is needed to reach the goals as proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly for the second decade of actions for road safety. The safe system approach is considered as the leading framework for the actions needed. Now that the aspired goals of the first decade have not been reached, new directions for such a safe system are to be explored. And it is suggested here that future road safety systems should focus even more on the prevention of crashes. And to reach this, the notion of self-explaining roads that regulates road users' behavior might be integrated with that of vehicles, giving guidance to the drivers. This way of thinking may give a new dimension to the safe system approach. It will invite policymakers, road designers, automobile manufacturers, traffic and mobile app industry to integrate traditional issues like safe roads and safe vehicles towards a concept in which vehicles understand roads and guide drivers in behaving safely. Instead of being self-driving, future vehicles must give intelligence assistance to drivers. For the purpose of use in low to middle income countries, a basic version of a vehicle guide may be developed and explored using relatively simple and cheap technologies, most of which are available as mature navigation and intelligent speed adaptation systems. Research and development programs exploring such vehicle guide concept may give a new dimension to the safe system approach, which is necessarily to provide the urgently needed breakthrough in road safety developments in low to middle income countries. Moreover, a safe system approach based on functional integration of the guiding role of roads and vehicles will at end not only be highly profitable for road safety in emerging countries, it may also give the ultimate solution for the remaining unsafety in high-income countries. The approach may give us a definite picture of a traffic world without accidents. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Ahmed, for this presentation and to remind the necessity to have a clear vision about the role of a smart vehicle system in the safe system conception. So we are ready for the next presentation. It's about artificial intelligence in autonomous vehicle ethical implication. This is a presentation from Professor Stefano Crisci from the Market Regulation Sapienza, Roma University. Please, Mr. Crisci, introduce yourself and go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. I really thank you for this opportunity to talk in this fantastic and very interesting webinar, because in these 2 days we have learned many things. It's very interesting. I'm a lawyer. I'm an Italian lawyer, administrative law, and so I deal with private and public, and I teach at the university, as you said, market regulation. So everything that concerns market and the stakeholders on the market, it's very interesting for me. I'm fascinated by artificial intelligence. So it's 2.5 years that I'm studying it and pointing my attention to the algorithms and to the ethic of the algorithms. So thank you very much to Mr. Crocco to have me here in the committee of the ethical committee on PIARC, and to Leonardo Annese. So I want to share my screen just to give you my perspective after Fabio Fossa's intervention, which was very interesting. He's a philosopher and talks about ethic of the algorithm as well. So this is the confirmation that we need many different expertise to talk about artificial intelligence in any application. Yesterday, we talked about speed control, data technology, human capability. There were debate in between the human capability and the possibility of a machine to take over the activity of a man, of a human being. But Luciana Iorio, I think, said the right thing by saying that technology basically doesn't ask for permission. We cannot stop this word. And so let me share my screen. Okay, do you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So I basically think that regulation and ethic are the most important things, because even of consequence, the ethic of consequences is important.
Sorry, Mr. Crisci, we don't see your screen.
Really?
Yeah, we'll just see your name.
Oh, sorry. Let me check again.
Your video image of yourself has disappeared, and we don't see your screen.
Okay. Let me, because the image of myself I cannot see anymore. I can share the screen and nothing works here. What should I want to? Ok, scegli cosa vuoi condividere. My gosh, something is going wrong. Okay, I annul. Avvia il mio video. Okay, now you can see me. Now I open the. No, I close and I share the screen, and you see Miguel Casoflores, right?
We just see your name.
You may need to
What
hit
about now?
the.
Did you get it now?
Condividi schermo, condividi schermo.
Ho fatto condividi schermo.
Rifallo.
Non mi dà nulla.
Strano.
Mi condivide te.
No.
You have to hit the share screen the second time if you have multiple monitors.
Let me see now. Probably now. I always have this problem with technology. It's incredible, huh?
It's the algorithm revenge.
The algorithm. Sorry a second, I ask. Poi vuoi venire un momento?
Now it's working, yes.
Miguel, do you have the presentation?
No,
Okay,
we have not received this presentation by email.
Got it? You have it?
Yes. Oh, sì, ora si vede.
Okay. Thank you very much. The last minute. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that. So I was talking about regulation and ethic and different kind of ethic to take into consideration together with the others, which is, in my opinion, for autonomous vehicle, the ethic of consequences. This has to be taken into account. And I propose you this picture, which is like a provocative one. You will see here all these birds will never collide with themselves, and they are driven by an algorithm which is driven by natural instinct and orientation. And so with this image in mind, we can think and we can apply with a new algorithm to get the drones, a swarm of drones that behave like birds without crashing with themselves. So this is the ending point, I think, of this procedure that we are starting now, and it will finish, I hope, it will never finish, but I mean, it will end up in the possibility to do this without the intervention of the human capability just to fly from one place to another. Of course, it is not the same on the Earth. It is more difficult. We have to, and yesterday many things emerged with the condition of the street, with the Internet of Things, with all the, even today, many things have to be done now because it's not easy in the cities and in the highway and in the street. But what is important is to have a regulation and to have an ethic. This is, in my opinion, the guardrail of the artificial intelligence system applied to everything, but moreover to these kind of things that don't give you much time to decide. And so this is to put into the algorithm, in my opinion. And what is the ethic in artificial intelligence? The ethic is not only the Aristotelian ethic, not only just a set of rules and the fundamental rights which are there, and we will see how, but it's the ethic of technology, which is based on designing an algorithm in the right and proper way, and in controlling the quality of data. This is another most important thing. So the ethic of technology is needed, and the university, Pontifical University, in 2020 sent a call for action, a call for ethic, and gave the guidelines, the first guidelines for safeguarding all the system with the algorithm with ethic. So the guideline to put the ethic in the algorithm, it's just to render computable something which is not made for computers, but this is the effort that we have to do. Otherwise, as an ethic of the consequences, we should do something now in order not to regret tomorrow. It's a criterion of moral judgment based on the consequences of action or non-action. And so this is to be considered ex ante, in an ex ante procedure for the consequences it might have in the future. And so, of course, it's event and reaction. When the trolley problem was put in place the first time, there was a time to decide. When there is no time, then the ethic has to be had to decide before, because in order to have a good result at the end. Of course, there is a critical situation, because we have to understand and we have to decide now if there is a cyclist crossing the road which is wearing the helmet, who to collide with, helmet or non-helmet, probably would say the one with no helmet because it didn't respect the rules, whereas probably it's better the one with the helmet because could have more occasion to survive. And so this will bring another tons of problems, of ethical problems and of rules and regulation problems. And so the same with the pedestrian. And if you have a human on board and you want to save his life, who will buy a car that will decide to save the pedestrian crossing the road and not the one on board? So many questions can emerge. But anyway, the ethic of the consequences, we have to make an ex-ante judgment. Otherwise, it is impossible to foresee the future or to try to make this effort for the future. Here, as we know, we have an uncertainty about the autonomous vehicle navigation system made out of many things, pedestrians, motorcycle, other things, Internet of Things, condition of the roads. We really have tons of problems still to be solved. And so we are not at the level 5, and we will want to go, we will get there as soon as possible, I hope, because we will overcome all these problems we are talking about, and we may have smart cities and driverless cars, and we will have the cities without the cars inside because transportation has been solved as a problem with parks around the cities. And so in any circumstances, the ethic changed, because assuming that the autonomous vehicle has reached level 5, then the ethic will be another one than the one that we have now. Probably normal cars should be banned by the roads, and probably who wants to drive a normal car should go in a specified place and pay to do that. And so this is the ethic of of the consequences, which changes by time. So all of you, I think, know the E levels of the automation. And so what is important, in my opinion, is, as I said, the wide range of regulation, which is essential to make things working. And I mean, of course, an excess of regulation is bad for the market, but the right regulation is necessary and absolutely necessary, as I said. International frameworks, we have it. European laws, we already have soft and strong law. National laws are starting having lots of stuff that we can, starting from the GDPR that we will talk in a minute, and guidance. So laws on road safety, construction, insurance, telecommunications, cybersecurity, which is the most dangerous one, and data privacy, GDPR. Appropriate regulation is crucial for the development. And so it is necessary to have ethical principle, which changes, as I said, as a consequences, homogeneity and harmonization all over Europe at least, but also hopefully internationally wise, and consistency of the rules, because this is also another thing important that emerged yesterday. And so privacy and cybersecurity is the other side of autonomous driving car, because all the data that you can put in and you have in a minute then puts a problem on privacy. And cybersecurity is another huge problem, because if I can get those data, or if I can do something on the system, then I will paralyze a city or a country. So this is essential. There is the European Data Protection Board, which has issued guidelines and principles for processing personal data. And so when the sensitive data are geolocated, then there should be a rule that says something. And these are what the guidelines said. You have to retain the data for the time strictly necessary for vehicle operation. You can possibly eliminate the data in question. It must not be transmitted to third parties. and must be kept only for the time necessary for the supply of the service. So this is at least something that, if implemented by other rules, regulation, and protection, could help in the driverless car process. Of course, the information is always absolutely essential. Responsibility profiles are also absolutely in question, because if we think about level 4 and 5, when the human is not implied, and so there is no supervision on board, then the responsibility and liability is another issue, which is very important. The actual system doesn't cover the poor pedestrian, for instance. Okay, the autonomous driving again, but just to say that no driver is needed. And the European Commission has issued a resolution, 20 October 2020, the European Parliament addressed to the Commission a recommendation, as Fabio Fossa said a few hours ago, and those recommendations on the preparation of the regulation of European Parliament are basically on the theme of liability, identified a double liability, but mainly the objective liability for hypothesis of damage caused by high-risk artificial intelligence system, like a level 4 or level 5 could be. And this objective liability is the one that can give compensation to the one killed or to the family immediately, just for the reason of being directly in the car or owner of the car, notwithstanding whose responsibility is the malfunction of the car. So either IoT or whatever it is, the first liability is to the owner or to the proximity on the artificial intelligence. It will compensate the pedestrian, and then can go in a tracing back procedure back in finding the responsibility of the others. This absolutely is a change that really is relevant, because this will imply key factors of insurance. And so it is essential for assuring the public that it can trust. We were talking about trust before of the people, and they will never trust something that they don't know whose responsibility is. So if there is a duty, and if it is mandatory to have an insurance to compensate, then it can work, it could work. And on this, of course, we will have to work a lot, and it is very important, because if there is a mandatory insurance and the fund of mandatory insurance before doing and developing this system, this is really essential. Again, another thing really essential. So for a broader vision, there are, from the guidelines to the soft law and the guidelines, the EU ethic guidelines to design an algorithm, to this resolution through the Digital Service Act, Digital Markets Act, Artificial Intelligence Act of 2021, just a few days ago, I would say. And so, in my opinion, we have to regulate today in order to have a nice system tomorrow, which is compliant with fundamental rights, efficient, and reliable. And moreover, we will then fly in a swarm of drones, because the real challenge is not the digital innovation, but the governance of it. And so thank you very much. I hope I didn't take too much time. Finished with my presentation, and free to ask me at the end everything you like.
Thank you, Mr. Crisci. You raised an excellent point in your presentation with the issue of consequences and privacy and cybersecurity, legal and ethical issues relating to the protection of users and pedestrian privacy concerns, and the potential of malicious hacking are very, very big concern with this issue. Thank you. Now we are ready to go to the next presentation. about artificial intelligence acceptance and perception of autonomous vehicles, ethical implication. We have psychologists with us, Marianna Martini, Mirna Begnini, and Pierluigi Cordellieri. Please introduce yourself and go with the presentation.
Okay. Good morning. The title was wrong. I'm Mirna Begnini. I'm a traffic psychologist, and the presentation is about psychological factor. Yeah, okay. Automatic acceptance. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Okay, this is the presentation I made with some other colleagues, as you already told. Okay, and when we talk about autonomous driving, there is different feelings and emotion and psychological aspect that come into play. We can be a lot of enthusiastic, or we can worry about it. So there are different benefits, of course, from AVs, but the key is the acceptance and the will to use this new technology. Okay, because we are a habitual creature, and usually when we introduce a new technology, can be a huge resistance from the public to these technologies. So I will go through some the studies, some model, just to understand the acceptance of new technology. Of course, our intention, behavioral intention to use a new technology, okay, when we decide to use a new technology, of course, we need to understand if something that can be useful for us or easy to use. In another model, we saw also that it's important what the person near to us think about it, like what is our friends or parents' perception about that new technology. And this is another model that go over it and say, of course, they see like 4 keys on construct, like can be helpful to reach my goal, what my friends and parents think about it, that is the social influence, facilitating. I believe that there is a structure and an organizational technique that can support the use of this new technology. But I would like to share this study that is starting from all the old studies and models. They tried to construct a framework to see what influence the individual factor to acceptance and intention to use. So they start to review something like 500 articles, and then they shrink up to 80 articles from 2014 up to 2019. And from their study, they found 3 categories of a predictor. And I will try to underline some aspects that can make you understand more about this research. Of course, there are some socio-demographic factors like male are more likely to be interested in AVs, like a young person or highly educated person. And also like truck drivers or traveling salesmen are have a more positive attitude toward it. There are some psychological factors. There are some persons that really loves new technology and who concern maybe pollution, global warming, and who have social trust and peer pressure to have positive feelings on AVs. And there are some also mobility behavior factor, and that in those studies they found that maybe it's really hard to perceive the hypothetical advantage of being able to do something different during riding in IVs, or maybe they found that there are somebody that say, okay, maybe it's good in a bad weather, but if it's sunny, I will like to drive my car. So there are different reactions, of course, either positive or negative toward AVs. But now I want to underline some consideration about people reaction. Of course, is it safe for the person? In all the different studies, the most important things is safety. Like 82% consider the most important aspect in order to use AVs. Can I trust it? Okay, people usually don't trust technology in the first stage. We need to like touch it, learn it from it, just to understand also how it will affect my lives and my own safety. And when we read about accident of AVs, this have an influence on the public acceptance, and it high the level of scare, and I think I cannot trust that machine. So public fear and the number of the reported accident have the same trend. They grow and they go down in the same direction. And there are some, ethical problem. Like it's important to learn how people feel about the decision that self-driving car might take. I will take the same movement, or I will do something different from the car. So that can be really hard for a person. And liability. If something had happened, who is guilty? And in the different study I read, people usually don't want to be guilty for the machine error. So it's a tricky situation. And the big problem is the control. Like in the fifth level of a vehicle, the person will not have the control over the driving decision. And when the control dimension is lacking, the perception of risk increases. If we think about it, driving is one of the actions we do that we think we can control everything. It's like an illusion of control. And this illusion usually reduces our perception risk. And this is what leads to all the accident and human factor problem in safety. It's based of our locus of control that can be internal, if I control everything, or external. Usually when we think about road accident, we think that it's bad luck. So it's external. Because with our locus of control, we evaluate every event of our life in terms of control. How much depends on me, on my fault, or on other aspects. And this have a great influence on motivation also. Plus, like right now, we saw a lot of different studies that are about an hypothetical scenario. I mean, there was a presentation that say that if we go and try what is that technology, our acceptance change. Of course, because right now we have some ghost in our mind. In the movie and in the book we read, we see like that the new technology can have their own intention. Like in the situation where the created object decide to go against the creator. And this aspect will influence our emotion. And until the autonomous driving remain an hypothetical scenario projected to the future, it's something we cannot touch. We are scared. Like we shake the magic 8-ball, and it's better to ask later what it will be, because when we have the reality, when we face something real, usually our resistance go low, because it's no longer an idea. It's something that we can really touch. Like, for example, I remember the Millennium Bug. We were scared about it, and then when it passed, nothing happened. Okay, and this is the main problem of those studies right now, because we need to be more involved in that technology. And I think that when we will more into it, it will be in our day life time, we will have a huge change about our feelings, because there will be no more scared, but it will be our something really right now. Thank you, and I'm sorry if I go really quickly, but my daughter doesn't feel really well, so I'm here that I'm looking for her. So sorry, and thank you.
Please, your microphone is switched off, please, sorry.
I'm sorry for that. I just said thank you to Mrs. Begnini. And we are at our last presentation for this session. It is about accessibility and perception of vehicle and road automation. And the speaker is Mr. Leonardo Annese from the technical committee. Please, Leonardo.
Yes, it's me again. Well, thank you very much for all these very, very interesting and unusual presentations for PIARC's events. I have to say, I'm very proud of bringing in this new approach, psychological and ethical, philosophical approach to a technical matter like vehicles. My presentation is not really a presentation, it's more of an appeal towards a group of people that sometimes are very underestimated, and they are part of our societies, but they cannot access to the services most of us can have. Here I start my presentation. Okay. Well, first of all, just a very, very fast explanation of what the AV are. AV are safety, accessibility, sharing, inclusion, and sustainability. These are all the main aspects of what an autonomous vehicle will bring into our society. And these are the aspects we are more concerned about. And we all know, since most of you are road safety experts, what the 5 pillars of road safety are. And I like to point out that automation is the new 6th pillar. I know for some of you it might sound like a heresy, but it is true. As we've seen in these 2 days, a new factor emerged in road safety, and that can help save lives and save millions of lives. So not just build road management, safer roads, safer vehicles, behavior, and emerging post-crash responses, but there is a 6th pillar, which is automation. And so smart vehicles and smart roads. That we have talked about, or we're going to talk in the third session. It's smart roads. So the classical road safety system approach was aimed at reducing the damage to people and things, harm and even death. The autonomous vehicle approach aims at preventing the mishaps. It does not just want to reduce the risk, reduce the damage, but prevent at all completely the accident. You know, we don't like to call it accident because we know it's not by faith, but it has specific reasons why something happens. And so what are smart vehicles? We have talked about it extensively these 2 days, so I won't go through this. We all know about all these things, but it's important to get a glance of what it is called. So 94%, someone, you know, it's a mantra, someone said, but it is true somehow. It's a very important, one of the main causes of accidents, the main cause, which is cell phones, music, other passengers that might distract you while you're driving, other road users, and the vehicle dashboard. That is also a font of distraction. You know, it's getting more and more complicated, and it requires a long and interaction while you're driving. So this is what distraction can cause, you know, smoking, walking the phone, looking at the kid in the back seat, putting on makeup, yawning, and drinking and texting. And, you know, all of this can be prevented by an autonomous vehicle. So you can imagine that a vision zero is indeed foreseeable. And so I like this photograph because, you know, when you drive a car, it's like you have a gun in your hand ready to shoot. And autonomous vehicle has just take off the gun from your hand, so you cannot won't be able to kill anyone else. Okay, this is accessibility. Here we come to the point. So we want, as we have said before, and some of you in the previous presentation, accessibility is important because you have to grant accessibility to this service to everyone. We see women with children, people with disability, different kind of disabilities, old people. These are all the different kinds of segments of society which sometimes have difficulty to accessing to services, and mobility is one of the main services that you have to grant to everyone. And so all forms of disability. Now, I'm going to talk about disability. And as I said before, this is more of an appeal. It's not a technical presentation because we need to be sensibilized on how some people cannot access to basic services like mobility. It's depriving freedom to people, not only the driving, but the moving. That is important. And access for what? For elder citizens, people with disabilities, and minors, which sometimes cannot get into the car. And disability increases dependency and limits participation in society. and we've seen that so far. So like, again, inclusiveness, everyone matters. So we don't have to leave anyone behind, and we have to do all we can to avoid that. And autonomous vehicle can actually go to that point. And the World Health Organization has brought to us very dramatic numbers. Over more than 1 billion disabled people in the world. It is a lot, a big slice of the population of the world. And a problem, what is a disability? A problem in body function or structure, an activity limitation, has difficulty in executing a task or action with a participation restriction. And 20% of these live with a great functional difficulties in their day-to-day lives. 1 in 10 people in the world has a disability of some kind. And these are very impressive numbers if you think about it. And we often think about the people who die on the roads. We know that 1 million and more than 300,000 people dying in the world. And those are extremely scary and devastating numbers. We all know that. But there are some people that are in the shadow. Maybe they don't die in the car accident, but they die every day because they cannot get access to very simple basic rights like mobility. Here are some numbers. This is the Italian National Institute of Statistics who gave these numbers. I won't go through them, but it is shocking to see who cannot access to mobility and who has some disability of some kind. These are, of course, Italian numbers, but the ones I just quoted from the World Health Organization are worldwide. And so autonomous vehicles are designed, if autonomous vehicles, and so we were talking about design, like Mr. Fossa said before, studying how a vehicle is designed is important also for the acceptance and its accessibility. And so it is a challenge for all policymakers and automakers and programmers and people from for research organisms, or even organizations like we have seen Trustonomy and the Project Pascal and many others. So we have to really concentrate on this effort. And this can also be vehicle-wise, structuring the vehicle on a customized vehicle according to the disability. So if I'm blind, I need a kind of support in the vehicle. If I have mobility disability, I need another kind of support. So actually, with an autonomous vehicle, you can book a vehicle dedicated to your kind of disability that will help you get on the vehicle, to access the commands, receive the appropriate instructions, and perceive and have a method of perceiving these instructions from inside onboard vehicle and outside instructions like signing. And also with this route, have dedicated routes and destinations which are more appropriate for some person with disability, that will tell me which gas station has disability access, or if there is a phone which is accessible for people with a mobility disability, or they have braille signing on the premises. These are all things that can be instructed on the vehicle, and you can decide which gas station to stop according to your disability, and you can actually have use of all services, toilets and bars and whatever. And so this is a way of giving people a chance to live. And this is a important project, ADAM, Accessibility for Disabilities Assessment Model, which tests the level of access services that are accessible in different, as I said, in different spots of the road, in different places where you can stop the car, or which route to undertake. And the other side of our society, which tends to be penalized, or the elderly citizens. They have a difficulty in mobility or seeing, or they need assistance, and the autonomous vehicles can actually help them move around and decide where to go and when to go, not depending on the nephew or the son or the daughter to go to the hospital or visit someone. So it gives them a freedom of movement, which is important for an elderly person, not to feel dependent. And I think autonomous vehicle can actually do that. And minors need someone to take them somewhere. So I take them to school, take them to play golf, play basketball or whatever they play. And so the father or the mother have to take them with the car. So maybe with an autonomous vehicle, even minors can be more independent, of course, with the specific attention that do not risk anything. But I'm sure that we can find some way to arrange an autonomous vehicle to take kids anywhere in a very safe and dependable way. And then again, the environmental sustainability is the other point in which autonomous vehicle can really contribute a lot. Is in an autonomous environment, if in a city more than 80% of vehicles were all autonomous, there would be like 20% less traffic. Less vehicles means less pollution and a more livable and sustainable environment. So that's another important point. Then sharing. The whole philosophy underneath autonomous vehicles is the sharing concept. Not ownership, but sharing a common vehicle, be it private or public transportation. So that is another important that limits the vehicles and circulating in our roads and our streets. So the reduction is saving space, saving parking spaces. You know that parking places like steal a huge area of all cities. A lot of parking areas take huge hundreds of meters of space everywhere, and that space can be used by other activities more suitable and more useful. And so another way of saving space and energy is autonomous shuttles. Some of them are already present in many cities and in many countries, and they're already operating, and they can be really useful and for everyone and accessible to everyone. Then the delivery, we have now witnessed with the pandemic how much we are using the delivery of goods, anything from Amazon to groceries, everything. So even this can contribute, in autonomous delivery vehicle can contribute to diminishing the need to take your own car and go to the supermarket and buy groceries, because they will come to you directly with no energy consumption whatsoever. Okay, and the social psychological sustainability, you talked about it before, but it is important for you, for those of you who live in big cities. You know what the traffic is like. You get angry, you yell at people, you swear, you arrive at your destination. Your adrenaline level has grown up, and you just need to relax. Well, you can relax in an autonomous vehicle and just don't get angry at anybody, and it's health and saved for a longer and better life. And this is what we want. We don't want the picture before yelling at someone on the street, but just reading your little book and relaxing and prepare for your destination. So, okay, this is the question we all like to answer and be able to answer. Are you ready to relinquish control of the vehicle? We talked about control, the fear of the loss of control. I am very confident that we will arrive there sometime, and I think even before than we think. As Ahmed before said, in low middle income countries, there will be more difficulty because, of course, of the possibility of adapting these new technologies, which has a big cost. But it will come, and we will all have a much better world. And this is the book John talked about yesterday, and I'll be glad to show it to you whenever you want. And that's all about from Leonardo and from the Italian National Committee. Thank you all for participating in this wonderful event. Thank you. It's up to you, Lisa.
Thank you, Leonardo. So the presentation covered many interesting topics. I mean, trust, safety, liability, ethical implication. We talk about control and training and education. So it is very important for this workshop to raise those topics. So now we are ready for the question and answer session. I'm just going to the chat. Let's see. First question. So we start with the possibility of partnership between PIARC and the Pascal, and as you mentioned, the AEF who made a presentation yesterday. So maybe Lucia and Luc, can you talk about? Can you give your thought about this proposal? Is Luc and Lucia are still with us?
Yes.
Oh, Luc, your microphone.
So yes, of course, we are always open to collaboration, and it's already the case with the different projects that are in the same code than Pascal. So what is in the chat is that we can maybe organize a meeting together and see how to collaborate, of course. So I have the coordinates of Leonardo, so and we can discuss that in another meeting.
We have another question about what happens when we have a mixed fleet of vehicles that are both highly automated, self-driven, and crash occurs. This seems to shift crash responsibility to least automated, and this would have implications for those on lower income, less privileges. Could you offer some thought regarding this point? Maybe it's a question for all speakers. Please, Mr. Crisci, can you start this to answer?
Sorry, I didn't get the question. I was thinking about I had to make the other presentation, and I was not hearing you.
Okay. Maybe Mr. Fossa, have you heard the question?
Yes, and thank you, Liz, for reading it loud. Well, this is a very complicated question, not just because of the problem itself, but also because it involves both, ethics and legal issues, and the way in which, I mean, of course, there is a connection between responsibility as it is understood in ethics and as it is understood in the legal domain, but there are also important differences. So perhaps from an ethical point of view, I will leave to Professor Crisci to tell us something about the legal side. From the ethical point of view, I would say that, well, it strikes me as very unfair to distribute responsibility as implied, so to allocate more responsibility to vehicles that are not as advanced as others. I don't think this is a very good way to proceed, and also this challenges some I mean established moral intuitions, like, for example, that the way in which we allocate responsibility should be fair. So probably from an ethical point of view, I would say that we need to figure out where the loci of control actually stands in order to distribute responsibility fairly. And that also, I would say that this is maybe not that much a problem of the level of automation or the advancement of the technology, but it is a problem of control. So we need to figure out who should be in control of relevant tasks when we automate them, and also not just who is in control, but who should be in control, who we want to be in control of given tasks in order for responsibility to be distributed fairly. But of course, yeah, this is a very difficult problem to solve. The way in which we solve it, and I mean, regulation here is a very important role to play, is also very important because it will impact on trust and on user acceptance for sure.
Thank you. Mr. Crisci, the question was about the...
So if the question was, could you repeat the question? The question was how to distribute responsibility and liability? Was it this?
Yes, it was about the risk to shift the crash responsibility to least automated when a crash occurred.
To other cars, less automated cars.
Mr.
Yes,
Crisci,
yes.
I asked the question. The question really is, when we have high automation in vehicles, the vehicles will have less driver application than those of lower automation. And if you think about it, those who are going to have the least automated cars are probably the lower income. And so to me, this might shift responsibility, liability to those who are driving more than those who are automated. And I wanted to hear thoughts from different perspectives about that.
Well, of course, thank you very much. Of course, there is a sharp answer to give, but in my opinion, when we are at level 4 or level 5, either we have all the routes and Internet of Things and satellite and everything in function in order to prevent any crash whatsoever, or the cars should not go in certain routes in which there are normal cars. So it will be limited unless it's not everything in function. So the level 4 and level 5 cannot go, even if the technology is already ready and tested, cannot go if the roads are not safety. And so if there are other cars, because as I was saying in the ethic perspective, it will change the ethic, and so it will become a crime to drive a car. So when we will get there, there should be a public service with automated cars that drives people who are less wealthy to one place to the other without having the possibility for them to drive a normal car at the end of the day. I'm talking about the end, but of course, when we are level 4 and level 5, we will be at the end of the procedure of automation. And so, in my opinion, they should not collide because of either automation of the routes and perfect testing of the routes, so in order to avoid crashes, or because there is a public service that works perfectly and make the swarm of cars going without accidents. This is the first question, the answer I can think about at the moment for the responsibility. Then there is this, in this period, with this transitional period, there is this new wage of insurance that will cover anyhow anybody, and then have a mandatory fund that everybody has to put money in order to cover the people who are less wealthy and less responsible. So these two systems going together and aligning between themselves should work. At least let's say hope, because otherwise we cannot go anywhere.
Yes, thank you for the answer, and thank you to John for formulating your question. So we have another question, and this is addressed to developers or researchers. So it's about the quality of road lane markings and central markings. It is very important, not only for manual driving, but also for autonomous vehicle. Yes, of course. My question, and the question is from Mr. Ocean. The question is, if different quality of road markings is observed when simulation environment is designed, created, what happens? So can a researcher or developer can answer this question? Maybe from Pascal, the Pascal project?
Yes. So for the Pascal project, this kind of feature were not observed and developed in the simulator. So the development of the simulations were dedicated to specific scenarios, deal with the partners, and not especially for the marking. But it's a good remark, of course.
Yes, it's more a technical question. Yes.
If I may
Yes.
add something, to be precise in the development of the home study simulator, we also considered or asked the developers to consider a situation where not everything is perfect and not everything is as it should. Because of course driving schools know very well that on the roads it's not always as expected. So our idea was to put the testers in situations where they have to predict the behavior of persons or even of vehicles. So in a certain sense, we also considered a situation where not everything is perfect, like also road lane markings or signals, for example.
Yes, so thank you. Somebody else for the answer? Okay. Maybe we have time for just a last short question. It's in the chat. I will have a just last short question about what happened when the driver must resume control of the vehicle to avoid collision. I mean, it's critical to understand the vehicle automation could affect mental workload and the time reaction. Can you share your thought about this point, please? Maybe Mr. Fossa?
Here I am, sorry. Well, yeah, I mean, this is a very delicate moment in the way in which, I mean, we are automating driving in level 3 and level 4, but mostly level 3 automation. And mostly from the psychological point of view, it is very problematic, and we need to understand if passengers are actually in the condition of resuming control. Let's say that from an ethical point of view, what is really important is precisely this: to understand whether the conditions are there for passengers to regain control in a significant way, because otherwise it will be very hard to assign responsibility to them. And also, again, from an ethical point of view, if we assume that trust is very important, and it is, because without social trust, driving automation won't be able to become the thing that we suppose that it will become in the future. If this kind of handover and takeover maneuvers will happen without the actual possibility of passengers to take control, we actually can expect the trust in these technologies will not develop as expected. So yes, I mean, ethically speaking, the very important thing to figure out is to understand whether the conditions for ascribing responsibility to passengers are there. Otherwise, it will be unfair to expect passengers to react as we want them to react.
Thank you. Quickly, Mrs. Begnini, do you have something to add to this answer? Is Mrs. Begnini still with us? Okay. So Leonardo, do you have a last remark about this point?
No, I think I've said everything, but I'm sure I'm glad that this workshop with this second session brought together two important initiatives like Trustonomy and Pascal, and I'm sure I propose that we can cooperate together with PIARC and with EFA. Remember yesterday EFA was present with Mr. Manuel Picardi, and driving school approach is important, and we can all contribute to this. And it's a good achievement.
Thank you. So we are now at the end of this session, and I propose you a short break, 10 minute break. So for me, it's 10:39. So I invite you to come back in 10 minutes for the third session. Thank you very much to all the speakers and all participants. It was very, very great session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great session. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Liz, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I wrote something in the chat because I want to ask you, since Mr. Crisci has to leave very soon. He was supposed to be presenting Mr. Vedovi presentation at the end of the third session on responsibility. Can you please pass him before right after the break so he can go?
Session?
I wrote a mail asking with the presentation by Mr. Vedovi on a responsibility, Anya. I don't know if you have it.
No, I don't have that. I'm doing the next session. Don't forget, Leonardo.
Oh yeah.
Can you say again which presentation you're talking about? I've got a printout, but I think it probably is no longer the last version. I was only able to get to a printer yesterday morning.
Yeah, okay. Anya, which is assurance companies in Italy, has prepared a presentation on responsibility, and Mr. Crisci was supposed to be presenting it because Mr.
You say that name again, because I can't see him on the list that I printed out. I've got session 3 starts with Anna's Smart Road project.
He's not on the list. This list has not been updated. but if I want it, I can send it to you. I thought I sent a mail.
Well, you might have done, but I have to print it out, Leonardo. I only have one screen. So if I'm going to be moderating, I need to have it in my hand. Do you see what I mean? So absolutely, if you want this gentleman to start, that's perfect. But is that still 7? We're still talking about 7 presentations?
In a moment. I'll send it to you in a moment. Okay.
Okay.
Should I start now or?
No, we can't start immediately because we've just asked everyone to go for a quick break. So if we're
Not immediately, so let's wait for them to come back or not?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, yes, okay. Thank you. I'll see you in 5 minutes.
Perfect, yeah.
Okay, Lucy, I just sent you an email with a presentation.
Let me check if I can share right now. So I will take advantage of these minutes. Okay, let me try to share. Okay, okay. Put up my video. Yes, starts working, but it doesn't matter. Let's say condividi. Tac. I know. All right. That's what's.
So this is going to be the first presentation, Leonardo, will be by Sandro Vedovi. Is that right?
Yes.
Sandro Vedovi, yes. Do you see the presentation?
I can see it on my screen, but just bear with me and go back to this screen. I'm just a bit worried I'm going to get muddled between who's. Yes, I can see it on your screen. Thank you.
You can see, so it works. So nice.
We see your screen, but it's not in presentation mode, in only your screen.
Yeah, but Leonardo, when we start, you might have to guide me through the order of presentations.
Yeah, that hasn't changed at all. We have 2 videos at the beginning from Mr. Carrarini, because he's not present, so he sent a video, and Miguel has it, but Miguel can run that.
Okay.
Then we have
Stefano.
Yeah, that's Sabato Fusco, Stefano Cremonini from CETA.
Yeah.
Then Sabato Fusco, Carlo Costa.
Yeah.
Miki Aguilon.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, Alessandro Focaracci, Gianluca Cossale. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, perfect. So it's 8 presentations in total now.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you so much, Lucy, for
No, that's all right. I could get it horribly wrong, so just correct me when I get it wrong. And my pronunciation will be appalling, so I'm sorry up front.
We'll have a dedicated session, pronunciation session, as soon as possible.
We could do that tomorrow.
Tomorrow, not the plans, thank you. Okay, I'll go coffee too.
Yeah, good idea. Leonardo, you're back. That's perfect. So this is the 3rd and final session of the workshop. And the 3rd session is entitled Safe and Connected Infrastructure System. And let me just put my video on as well. So I should apologize in advance if I get anyone's pronunciations all up the creek and wrong. Please feel free to correct me. I don't speak a word of Italian, but sense that by the end of this session, I might have learned some. So Leonardo, we've got a series of 7 presentations to finalize ourselves through this next session. Do you want to give us a very brief introduction to the first presentation, Leonardo, please?
Yes. First of all, I would like to welcome all our friends from this 3rd session, which is dedicated to road infrastructure and automation, with an eye on road safety, of course, and then there are implications. And we have several best practices that are very interesting, and there are some from Italy, of course, because we are supposed to be in Rome. So let's just close your eyes and operate that you're watching the Colosseum. And then we have a friend from Israel, Miki Aguilon, who is from Mobileye, who is a member of PIARC. So welcome, Mobileye. And we have a friend from ANAS, who has the Italian National Road Agency, and two friends from 2 important motorways concessionaries, that are here with us, and they will tell us what they have done and implemented on their road network. And that is very interesting because we've talked about automation. Now we see how that is actually put into place. Then we have the automation and smart in tunnels, road tunnels, because we never think about, but roads are made also of tunnels, not just plain open air roads and bridges, but tunnels, and how to implement an automated road in tunnel with a mountain on top of it. And then, last but not least, I'm very proud to announce that the Italian National Committee with Mr. Engineer Gianluca Cossale, we have a dedicated working group on this, what we call the smart signaling. So how road signaling is going to be adapted to the automated vehicle and the infrastructure digitalized road. It has to be a specific material, specific language. So Gianluca is going to talk to us about it. But so it's going to be very interesting because we have all these different examples and best practices actually put into place. And it's not just theory, but this is actually real life. So thank you, Lucy, sorry.
Yeah, but and the first presentation is an addition to the program, is that right?
Yeah, the first presentation is an addition. It's very interesting. I quoted Mr. Vedovi from ANIA, the Italian Association of Insurance Companies, and he's going to talk about how responsibility is going to be implemented into assurances companies, how they are going to insure us. Our autonomous vehicles, and so it's going to be interesting. And Stefano is going to read it for Mr. Vedovi, who has asked Stefano to talk to him on his behalf.
Perfect. Stefano, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I will now, I hope, correctly share the presentation, and let me do the things 1, 2, and 3. Do you have the presentation?
Yes, we do. That's perfect.
Wow, fantastic. Okay. So I'm sorry because I mean, I don't like to read, but I try to present this very interesting presentation, which continues, in my opinion, what we were talking about, what we were saying about responsibility and liability, and the importance of insurance company, and the importance of the insurance system to adapt to this new world, which would be tracing back responsibilities, liabilities, in which will be really difficult to find the real guilty person, and in which the poor people and the utilizer of the roads should be protected, and the rights should be protected. So just going over the presentation, since 2004, the ANIA Foundation built, thanks to the will of the insurance companies, developing projects in the field of road safety, saving and of health, with the aim of spreading a new culture of protection. So this is spreading in prevention, protection and prevention, and paying attention to progress and technologies, and so in order to reduce accidents. So in this autonomous vehicle, which is in various form, it is the mobility will change, and it is necessary that people know more. And so this is spreading the words. This is the aim of ANIA, among the others. And so they founded the foundation ANIA decided to support the You Drive For Me platform. It's a platform through which we will see historical changes, and the forecast tell us that new technologies, the one especially in particular, autonomous vehicle, will lead to a drastic reduction in road accidents, and therefore this is the graphic, and therefore because of this drastic reduction, there will be a lot of revenues and lot of distribution. It is possible. So revenue decreases that will require complete reshaping and innovation for the insurance businesses, And so the concept of the civil liability, as we were saying before, will have to be redefined. It has been redefined a little bit, as I said, with that 2020 recommendation to the Parliament, but it is not enough. And so in the light of new scenarios, the provision of road accident will have to be adapted. So new practical and efficient insurance compensation model is applicable to the autonomous vehicle, because it is then important to take note of the motor third-party liability insurance regulated by a directive 2009. So in his opinion, it should be integrated under the umbrella of this directive, all the development in insurance and liability and responsibility. And this is possible because even the recommendation of Europe was right to integrate in rules and regulation this new world. Because being under that umbrella is important, because this various evolution has had already in 50 years the directive, and there is no reason to exclude autonomous vehicle from the scope of the motor directive. And so the effect of such an exclusion would be to undermine the protection of road traffic victims and policyholders in general. So rights acquired over many years will disappear, in his opinion, and I agree with this point of view. What is the possible evolution? In the event of an accident, the liability will have to be attributed, taking into account the multiplicity of parties involved, what I was saying before. If there is the Internet of Things, if there is a manufacturer, the creator of the software, managers and data information, the cybersecurity issue and the problems which could be involved by cybersecurity, then of course it is important to find a way, a key to distribute the responsibility, liability, or to have only one face and then going in a tracing back procedure to find one after the other the guilty or the responsibility or collective responsibility, or the infrastructure, the owner and the user of the vehicle. You know how many people and stakeholders could be involved. So compared to now, a more balanced solution will have to be found for the attribution of responsibility, and the approach he suggests is the one that coexistence of the insurance of the current owner driver's third-party liability, because this is what we have now, and we have to prove what is the whose liability is. Instead, he proposes a coexistence of the insurance with different forms of insurance, such as, for example, the accident insurance, the assistance to the transporters, the manufacturer's third-party liability insurance, the insurance on computer products, and cybersecurity insurance. I don't know. We will have to think about. Maybe it's too expensive, or but maybe it's inevitable, because even if we go tracing back the responsibility, everybody needs to have his own insurance. So what I said is this mandatory fund of insurance, mandatory insurance, together with this personal insurance could be the solution. So one aspect for the insurance sector that is a priority in order to guarantee the correct compensation is the possibility of direct access to the data generated. And this is very good as a black box, let's say, by the autonomous vehicle. And so with this data, we have essential numbers for establishing the exact causes for a road accident. What I was saying in this directive or recommendation is, meanwhile that we do this deep analysis of who causes the accident, then meanwhile the person has to be compensated by the damage. So ensuring this access will enable the claim for compensation to be handled afterwards correctly and quickly, with a reduction in litigation and related costs with benefit for consumers. This is another point of view that, together with the one of the Commission, I think it could work, and we may try to, and Leonardo propose to work together to something to integrate with these ideas, I think. In addition, that such access would also reduce the risk of possible alteration of the accident data. So this aspect introduces other matters relating to the creation of common protocols and guidelines and standards that would facilitate the exchange of data and which to date do not exist. This is the end of the presentation, but it's a very effective, in my opinion, very important thoughts to be thinking over in the future.
Absolutely, and I thank you very much. And I think the other complication in my head is the fact that, of course, on the journey from nobody having an autonomous vehicle to everyone having them, almost seems to me like the most challenging period before we understand the answer. It's quite interesting, isn't it, in that respect?
Absolutely, yes. That's why they want to give a first response immediately by giving the first-hand insurance, and then we will think about and going backwards. That's I think it's an intelligent way to compensate the less rich people and the people who were just walking on the road.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Goodness, thank you very, very much for that. And do I understand correctly that you need to leave quite soon?
Yes,
that's correct, isn't it? So although that's desperately unfortunate, I just want to open the floor for anybody else. Turn on your mic and ask a question. This is going to be the only opportunity you get.
I can stay other 15 minutes for sure.
Does anybody want to open their mic and ask a question at this point? Don't all shout at once.
So, okay.
Okay, lovely. I give you great thanks for that. That was very super. Can we move then to the next presentation, which is being given by Luigi. I'm going to pronounce this incorrectly, so you're going to have to correct me, please. Luigi Cordellieri from ANAS, the Smart Motorway Project Manager. I can see the presentation, can't see the man yet. Welcome. You're on mute, I think, at the moment. Can't quite hear you.
Sorry, Lucy, is Miguel speaking. I'm trying to share his presentation because he was able to join the meeting and he recorded it.
Right, that'll be why I can't hear him.
My name is Luigi.
Wonderful. That came through loud.
Everyone, welcome to Roma. My name is Luigi Cordellieri. I am in ANAS, the head of technological infrastructure, and I am also the ANAS Smart Road Manager Program. I think you know ANAS. ANAS is the main road operator in Italy. We have more than 30,000 kilometers of national road and free highway. Today, I like to introduce you to the ANAS Smart Road technical point of view. You may be wondering why smart road? Well, actually, we are living in a time of technological innovation that they have never seen before, especially in the field of telecommunication and mobility. These changes have created possibility to transform the approach of road operator to management and safety. We have catched the ball and we have started a digital transformation process focusing on smart mobility innovation and sustainability. By a digital asset management and with the volume of the data, we transfer them information, and so the user speak with the road with the user, and the road with itself. We create an environment able to hosting autonomous driving, because we think two eyes are good, but four is better when we speak of human life. The ecosystem of stakeholders involved is based on embracing change. ANAS has transformed the way, and it engages partners with the purpose to involve stakeholders in planet program success and development. The company promotes the diffusion of smart mobility through advanced services that are being provided on smart road, where road users represent the main stakeholders in the center. How have we begun to develop our vision? In increasing infrastructure security, designing connectivity services, implementing communication standards are just a few actions by which ANAS want to drive the future of road network. The ANAS Smart Road call for a long-term strategy for many of business opportunities. Here are the main ones. Telecommunication and digitalization are strongly connected with the state ANAS Smart Road ICT architectural development. Electric mobility, intermodal logistics, and car manufacturing. Research and development is very important for new ideas and services, also for new business. Of course, partnership with market are going to be essential to keep all this on track. I'll be honest with you. At first, it didn't seem to be a challenge easy to overcome. But with the effort of all us, we have made a dream come true in just 5 years. So let's go to our technological infrastructure. The smart road is based on a basic technological infrastructure consisting of broadband connectivity with advanced performance and energy throughout the road. About every 30 kilometers, there is a green island. Green island generates energy from renewable. The same is an important node of storage and computing and interconnection to the outside world. With this infrastructure, from a technological point of view, the road is closer to our railway. At the heart of system is the connectivity. It has been estimated that introducing vehicle connectivity system could save the lives of about 11,000 people in a year in the world, and prevent more than 200,000 accidents and a big social economic cost. While waiting for self-driving cars, which will not be able to ignore a continuous dialogue with the road, today we must talk about the network road, and the choice of the connectivity system must be based on the possible large number of users. The ANAS Smart Road site units at the right on the pole consists of a pole every 300 meters with the whole set of devices directly communicating with vehicles. We have two systems, vehicle to vehicle, 11P Wi-Fi and 4G vehicle, to send and receive cooperative intelligent transport systems messages. And our Wi-Fi in motion system for use smartphone like our unit into a car now. Internet of Things sensors for environmental information, and a last generation camera with edge computing to alert us by digitalization every accident on the road. The huge amount of data exchanged between the roadside unit and vehicles is processed locally and remotely. We also try to work on the aesthetics of the elements visible on the road in order to convince users of the reliability of the new system. The multi-purpose pole, designed by Carlo Ratti of the MIT of Boston, was conceived as a modular structure to house all the equipment inside. Also, the Green Island that we see in the next slide, the Green Island concept also was designed by Carlo Ratti and Italian architect Giancarlo Zecchi. Since the very beginning, we all made it clear that the ANA Smart Road part would have to be green. These challenging ideas given birth to the Green Island, where energy is indeed sustainable. We have solar cell wind turbines along with other solutions already on the go feed the entire ANA Smart Road infrastructure, and is made available to user electric vehicle as well. The site, which you too will hopefully find as standing as we want it to be, host a local control room directly connected with the road and providing powerful tool to manage road events. This slide is very important that explain the user services. In the very near future, vehicles will growing interact with each other and with road infrastructure. From ANA's perspective, this interaction fall into the CITS European framework. A list of guidelines and standards designed for the implementation of two groups, day 1 and day 1.5 user services. These are expected to improve on safety, traffic efficiency, and comfort of driving by helping drivers make the right decision and adapt to traffic situations. But as we see in this slide, we have more use cases than European standards. In red, we have the extra, while in blue, we have the day 1 and day 1.5 services from CITS European. Communication between infrastructure and vehicles by sending notifications to those that are currently carried out by grids and the difference with navigator platform like Google, for example. We won't give to the user data and information in real time, in few milliseconds. We can send messages to our users in less of 50 milliseconds. But the infrastructure is scalable by design, and innovative solutions can be developed and deployed. Here are just a few. At the left, we have good vibrations in collaboration with MIT of Boston, an artificial intelligence system that uses smartphone sensing to collect bridge status data. that's processed for first alert, and in the future may be predictive maintenance. At center, we have with Virtual Custom, a software application designed to manage import-export flow at the port of Trieste, northeast of Italy. All right, we have an area, an Internet of Things based system designed to keep and digital eye on static and moving construction site. While partner like OpenItaly Elise is a research center based here in Rome, ANAS has been developing a new solution to control maintenance road network operation. Here is a bunch of them. At the left, we have Mifido, English, I trust in you, a system to monitor road traffic conditions through roads. At the center, we have water view system. And the next slide, we can see better the system. Right, we have in time a tool to add to construction site road worker safety. So in this slide, we have explained an experimental solution in RWIS is a road weather information system. Because with this system, we can do to have many information from the road, from the weather information. We can to see and measure and sharing weather information as rain detection, snow and wind detection, direction of wind, visibility, snow thickness, thickness of rain, and all this information is very useful for example, winter road maintenance. So we can to go to the end while catching the endless chance for improvement. The ANA Smart Road program provides the company pretty much on a daily basis. We are really glad to show you in review the ANA Smart Road Center. This site restoring old ANA's building is thought to take multiple functions, an academy and laboratories will foster knowledge and technology advancing in the cooperative intelligence transport system industry by hosting courses and test sites. A national control room already gives a bird's-eye view of the ANA Smart Road infrastructure all over Italy. And Innovation Hub will have developed a strategic partnership. Okay, this is the end. I thank you for attention. I actually hope you all may now feel as enthusiastic as we are when it comes to the ANA Smart Road. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that incredibly interesting presentation. We very much appreciate it. I should also point out that Leonardo has in fact posted a link to a beautiful, well, he calls it a beautiful video, a very informative video, I would say, on the smart road experience from the perspective of ANA. So I would commend everybody on this call to make a note, download that link and watch that at your leisure following this the end of this workshop. And I think I'm right, Leonardo, do correct me if I'm wrong, that we now move to the next presentation, which is by Stefano Cremonini. Is that correct?
Correct. It's
Perfect.
correct.
Can I give you the floor then? Please go ahead.
Okay. I will share my monitor. 1 second. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it beautifully. Thank you.
Then good afternoon to everyone.
For me, it's a pleasure to be here with you for the first time. My name is Stefano Cremonini, and in CITE, I am the responsible of system engineer. And in particular, I followed from the beginning the smart road projects developed in CITE. The following slides are a description of what has been realized on smart road managed by ANAS. Then goals of, from the point of view of CITE, the goals to be achieved every time we design and implement a smart road are better road safety, smart mobility management, traffic monitoring, and infrastructure monitoring. Each of these goals is a cornerstone in our concept of smart road. In particular, with regard to better road safety, we must take into consideration the information that comes from users and that is provided to them. We must also adopt solutions capable of preventing illegal conduct. Behavior safety is a target to be pursued through a preventive and cooperative action of the systems installed on the smart road. Smart mobility management can take place thanks to demand management, auxiliary infrastructures management, and special event management. In this way, it's possible to have a real management of all the events that concern the road and the plants to be installed. In order to manage traffic in the best possible way and monitor road flows, it's absolutely essential to be able to foresee and detect traffic, regulate it, and dynamically manage the reports and all the traffic regulation tools present along the smart road. Finally, it's essential to have a real-time view of everything relevant to the monitoring of existing infrastructures. Only in this way, effective decisions can be carried out in the right time, or real time, that is better. Contents. Also, CITE has always historically built infrastructures, but in these last years, we have developed strong vertical skills on the design, management, and engineering of new technologies and software platforms capable of managing as well as monitoring these technologies. Through the collaboration with leading Italian universities and funded research projects, we have also become a reference point for Internet of Things system. In the recent implemented smart road projects, we have deployed network infrastructures consisting in fiber optic networks and electricity distribution. We have implemented power centers and data centers with intelligent central system. We have also engineered and installed smart poles in each multifunction stations to host innovative communication systems such as V2X and Wi-Fi in motion. At the base of each smart pole has been placed a technological box that hosts the modern technology which enables the function of smart poles. The technologies we have installed along the smart roads concern all the sectors of information and communication technology. In particular, we have designed, configured, and tested V2X and Wi-Fi motion network, routing and switching network, and video surveillance systems with intelligent cameras equipped with advanced video analysis modules capable of providing real-time information on the state of the road and on the conditions motorists will encounter. The smart poles installed in each multifunctional station have been interiorly designed and engineered by CITE. As you can see in this image, the head of the pole is dedicated to hosting the wireless devices for transmitting V2X and the Wi-Fi motion signal. The black radome, realized to protect the equipment, has been made with a special radiolucent material capable of optimizing the performance of the radio frequency equipment. 3 modules, each individually adjustable, able to accommodate the smart camera, IoT sensors, audio devices, have been placed under the head of the pole. Clearly visible are 3 individually controllable LED crowns that can be colored independently according to the set configuration. Okay. At the base of the pole, there is a technological box capable of hosting all the devices and equipment necessary to enable the functionalities of the devices put inside the smart pole, like active power and protection devices, passive communication devices, active communication equipment, and active control devices. The technological box has been completely designed and engineered by SIT. It's provided with an IP68 protection, and it can be placed below ground level. This makes sure and protected all the equipment installed along the smart road. In recent years, a software platform named Curati has been developed internally to supervise and control all the technology present on the smart road and which must be managed in a control room. In particular, in smart road projects, we have provided modules concerning video management and video analysis, plate recognition and traffic analysis, as well as network and system monitoring. In smart road project, the IoT technologies that can be implemented are countless. The ones installed in our projects and concerning safety are smart bridge monitoring, hydrogeological monitoring, and public lighting. Curati Smart Bridge is a supervision and monitoring system for bridges and flyovers. It's based on the Curati platform, which also uses advanced SCADA HMI technology and is integrated with specific software modules, sensors, and video camera kits to guarantee the active monitoring of heavy vehicle transit, the structural monitoring of bridge health, plus the detection of any mobility-related problems, accident, slow-moving traffic, presence of smoke, or pedestrian in off-limit areas. In Curati Smart Bridge solution, we can manage structural health monitoring that allows monitoring of infrastructure behavior in terms of vibration, oscillations, inclinations, and deformations by collecting and analyzing medium to long-term data to monitor the state of the health, provides data and statistics to make precise assessment of springback, of damage to joints and the roadbed, and of the wear of structural bearing devices on all infrastructures subject to monitoring. Waiting motion allow for traffic volumes to be monitored and vehicles traveling on the flyovers to be weighed in real time, automatically detects overload vehicles on the flyover, traveling with a load or weight, known or unknown, above the maximum permitted limits, generating an alarm for each overloaded vehicle detected. Automatically identifies loads and excessive loads by time, direction, and length. Classifies traveling vehicles by category, number of axles, total weight, and the weight on each axis. Excellent. Video analysis identify overload vehicles thanks to integrated IMPR function and the interconnection of the same with the state police centralized numbered plate and transit service. Identifies vehicles transporting hazardous goods using camera codes, carries out video analysis of the entire transit area, thus successfully identifying problematic traffic conditions such as slow traffic, congestion, accidents, of the presence of anomalies like smoke, pedestrian, etc. Thanks to the skill developed in the project concerning IoT technologies, CITE has been able to carry out monitoring linked to hydrogeological instability through a modern georeferencing system based on GNSS stations that can detect displacements of less than 1 centimeter in a near real-time mode. The system for monitoring leaks in urban water mains monitors a leak between two detectors, as well as the conditions of the network can be detected with a great precision without having the first survey to on-field teams. CITE has got its own production of LEDs and is capable of carrying out large projects in turnkey mode by adapting our own LED solutions to every need. Qualified skills are employed in energy saving and knowledge of sector regulations, enhancing the architectural and functional characteristics of each space and road. Our Creative Supervision platform is a modern software able to manage indoor and outdoor solutions. So have you seen CITE is a system integrator who over the years has acquired the skill regarding infrastructures, technologies, and software platforms. In this moment, CITE proposes itself to all interlocutors who gravitate around the world of smart road as a company able to manage turnkey mode any kind of project. So I'm done. I thank you very much for listening and for the opportunity you have given us to illustrate our smart road projects.
Fantastic. No, thank you. That was really very, very interesting. Thank you so very much. Leonardo, you wanted 5 words. I promised you 5 words. I will be counting.
Yes. Okay. Just to remind you that I quoted Mobileye as member of PIARC. Well, CITE, Autobrennero, and CAV are all member of PIARC. So this is what we do for our members in Italy, and we like to bring our members in international events like this. And so join PIARC. It's a big family, and here is the expression of what PIARC can do for you.
That's more than 5 words, darling.
Sorry.
We're running a little bit behind schedule, so I'm going to have to push us on if you don't mind. I'm going to invite next our next speaker, Stefano Fusco.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wickham. Thank you for the floor. I share my presentation.
Wonderful.
Just a second that I launch my presentation. Okay, here.
And this is the first of 2 presentations on Italian best practice. So we look forward to hearing from you.
Okay. Do you see my presentation? I think
yes.
Okay. Good afternoon to all again. I am Stefano Fusco. I'm Chief Technical Officer from CAV, that in this case is not connected and an autonomous vehicle, but Concessioni Autostradali Venete. Maybe our name is a destiny to achieve new technologies. Okay. What is the world we are imagining and we are looking at? We are looking at a world where technology is very available, where we can collect every kind of data, and this availability sometimes is can make us confusing. So in our experience that I am showing to you, we started in a journey to achieve autonomous and automation implementation. We started from to draw a master plan in which to define our objectives and our strategy. In a few words, our strategy, our objectives are safety and environmental sustainability through technology. So we start our path to write new procedures in which with which appropriately involve our human resources and equally appropriately choose the technological tools to be adopted in in our action. Our strategy starts from achieving efficient delivery for meeting the needs of all users until to improving safety for all drivers and maintenance operators. This path drove us to a monitoring integrated platform where technology and human capital are linked. In this way, we can have the maximum results from the tools and from our people involving in this process. The integrated monitoring platform has three main sections, one dedicated to the asset, another to the traffic where are collocated the tools for the cooperative intelligent transportation system, and another dedicated to the environmental sustainability. All the actions are linked by 5G network infrastructures that link to the platform, that links to the platforms, the IoT installed in the field along the road. We moved from a system, from a previous system that for decades efficiently managed the motorway network with consolidated technologies such as variable message sign, as a TVCC monitoring system, as weather condition monitoring stations. From this system, from this ecosystem, I should say, we moved to our project of implementation of technologies. We call it E-Roads, and E-Roads is a technological ecosystem where IoT, Internet of Things, are installed along the road, along in the field, and these technologies improve traffic safety, more environmental sustainability. We through these technologies want to collect data and to transform in information that are available to the systems, to the operators, for to do the right choice in monitoring and managing the motorway network. I begin to illustrate asset management system, the platform dedicated to the asset management, to the monitoring and management of the asset. We improve new technologies such as IoT, such as 5G, and such as algorithms in which we have artificial intelligence and machine learning, and linked to other related processes in a company, such as procurement, such as traffic management, such as all kinds about human resources. And having all this data in a unique data lake, we can produce informations that before we never have thinking to have. The characteristics of the asset management system starts from data that we collect through the inspections, through the sensors that are installed on the road, on the artworks. From this data are collected by the weather stations, and all data are driven in the unique data lake. This is the artworks monitoring system. We have installed on our artworks sensors for to detect the status of the artworks, and to monitoring the decrease of the conditions of the artworks, and in this way to provide the right action of maintenance. Data acquisition process happens through several instruments, through our fleet, from our car fleet. We have systems aboard our cars, our trucks, that collect data through images and elaborates these images to detect the condition of several elements of the asset, such as guardrails, such as signs, such as the condition of the asphalt. This section was developed in conjunction with Mobileye, with Mike Iron, that will speak after me. We have done the same with our drones fleet, through which we collect all. This is an example from drones and from our car fleet. In drones, on the other side, we have detect a starting situation, and after with the drones, with their scheduled flights, collect new images that an artificial intelligence algorithm compares to the condition of the starting situation. In this way, it is possible to identify the anomalies of the assets and to appropriately address the maintenance technicians. This is an example of what are doing our drone fleets. Another section of our integrated platform is the traffic management system. This platform is a unique control of control panel for traffic flow real-time monitoring, supports and enables immediate intervention to overcome potentially critical issues relating to flow of traffic, and are involved involves new technologies such as CITS systems, 5G, drones, platooning, artificial intelligence, and as the asset management system as related processes as such as procurement, such as asset management, sustainability management. And the heart of the system is the platform where all the information coming from the field and are used to manage all of the actions about traffic. The key features of the traffic supervisor are the video control system, the traffic regulation and control system, but I underline the server, the cooperative intelligent transportation system server that will manage the day 1 and the day 1.5 services in the next future. In this slide, I show you the antennas that we have installed in following the C Roads Italy project with other partners such as Autostrade del Brennero that will speak after my presentation. We pass to the sustainability management system, a platform implemented to support the environment monitoring and management processes. This platform, as the others, is linked to related processes as traffic management, asset management, procurement, ERP, HR platform, and involves new technologies such as 5G, drones, IoT sensors that we will see in a few minutes. The algorithm on which is based our platform is a multi-criteria analysis algorithm based on artificial intelligence, on IoT installed in field on the road, and with algorithm of machine learning to detect, to achieve the informations to give to the operators to reach the right decisions. This is an example of IoT linked to environmental sustainability, high quality monitoring system that monitor the PM10, PM2.5 elements. Concessioni Autostradali Venete has installed 30 control units along our motorway, and we detect in real time these data. Another IoT installed in field is a water quality monitoring system. That is a system that monitor in real time the data about the quality of the water that we get in final addresses. A last word. I dedicate a last word to the electric vehicles. We have a program about the transportation of the energy along our network to install more and more electric vehicle charging stations. The transportation of the energy is one of the key features for the diffusion of the electric vehicles. Thank you for your attentions. Have a nice evening, everybody.
That's wonderful. Thank you so very much. And I'm really very appreciative that you've managed to keep to time as well. That's wonderful. Now, if I understand your instructions to me correctly, Leonardo, the next speaker, who is the second best practice from the Italy experience, is not going to be Carlo Costa. It's actually going to be Ilaria De Biasi, which I hope I've pronounced you sort of correctly.
Yeah.
if I may give you the floor, welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Yes, I was supposed to, Mr. Costa was supposed to do this presentation, and I was informed 2 hours ago while I was in a meeting that I needed to replace him. So
no pressure. Good luck.
I'll do my best. Yeah, I'll do my best to replace him. I try to share the screen, and should be that one. Can you see it?
That's wonderful. Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I apologize for the slides. They are in Italian, but we can provide them in English if you need to share them later to the audience. I don't know, just ask and we will share them in English.
Wonderful.
Okay, so we talk about the vision of the Brand Motorway on future mobility, and I will explain what we have already put in place as first step towards this new mobility. So mobility has kept on evolving in terms of transport means being used in the years and in the centuries, as you can see here. Here you see a picture of the infrastructure we have at the Austrian border. So we had actually, so even infrastructure has been changing, and infrastructure which users have at their disposal, and also tools providing information for drivers have undergone a great evolution. So we passed from paper maps to ITS systems. So we are able now that this is the present system, let's say. So we use a variable message signs to inform users. We call them now, we speak about the traditional means of information if we talk about radio, websites, and even variable message signs. And in the past, paper maps were traditional means of information. And also smartphones have an important role to inform users for pre-trip and also on-trip information. This is the present mobility, but how will be mobility in the future? So so this might be information that you already know, surely you know, but I just follow the presentation of my chief, so I can't skip any slide. So the future mobility will be intelligent, first of all, so smart mobility, and the aim of smart mobility will be to offer an integrated, flexible, safe, convenient mobility to users. So the main aim will be to reduce traffic, to reduce emissions, to improve mobility management, and so on. Then future mobility will also be connected. So vehicles will, let's say, make use of the network to exchange useful information with other drivers in the first step, and with other vehicles in the second step. and then it will be shared mobility. So a mobility which will involve a lot of actors, and these actors will need to share information. It will be also a shared, yeah, I also talked about shared mobility. It will be also green mobility. So it will, let's say, all mobility systems will integrate refueling methods aiming to reduce the environmental impact and emissions. And then it will be hopefully safe mobility. So the accident rate will be reduced to 0 according to the EU zero vision. So the role of drivers will change. Yeah? So the driver will not be the main character of mobility, but the vehicle will become the main character of mobility. Vehicles will become mobile sensors, and they are already doing that, but they will let's say provide a lot of data in the future, a lot of data to motorway operators, to road operators in general, to vehicles, and this will increase, as I said before, the efficiency of the mobility management. So we are going towards a digital approach, and the present relationship between TCC, so the traffic control center, and the drivers is mainly represented now by variable message signs, so these traditional channels I talked about before. And this relationship will be replaced by CITS systems. So well, there will be already, so the TCC will still have an important role, but we will use a different channel to provide information to users or to vehicles. So we will, this new relationship will allow V2V, so vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to infrastructure, and infrastructure to vehicle communication. And very important will be the development of the 5G network, which will need to be developed because it will reduce latency, so it will grant better communication, and actually the needed communication for between vehicles. It is mainly useful for vehicles for negotiations of maneuvers between vehicles more than for infrastructure to vehicle communication. So the communication between vehicles needs to be very a bit precise as it is now, and it will be more precise in the future, but it needs to be quick communication. Yeah. So what are the advantages of digitalization from the point of view of a road operator, let's say? So it will increase safety, so it will reduce the human error actually. So we will go toward the vision, zero vision, and yeah, technologies will be more reliable, and so hopefully, so as I said, the drivers will not be the focal point of this mobility. So we will reduce the human error. Then we will increase the capacity. So technology will allow to let's say make traffic flows more regular, and as a consequence, we will be able to increase the capacity, and then we will also reduce the environmental impact, so the emissions generated by traffic. So it is change. It is time to change. It is time to change, but to change from the technological point of view. But I would say the more important step is to change mentality. So as I said, we will go towards a shared mobility, and this means that we cannot think as motorway operators like we do now. So I just need to manage my stripe of asphalt, and I don't provide data to anyone, no, because it's not important. It won't be like that. It has already started, so we need to share data and to cooperate with actors with whom we didn't cooperate before. So service providers, other motorway operators, of course, car manufacturers, and so on. So it's need to change. So the ecosystem will include in the future other actors which are not included in the present ecosystem. So, and what is doing Autostrada del Brennero towards this future mobility? So we are participating in different European projects. on cooperating on CITS systems and connected vehicles. One project is about to finish, the Zero Italy project, but we are already involved in the Zero Italy 3 projects. So they are co-funded by the Connecting Europe Facility Program. And then we are also participating in 2 projects in the Horizon 2020 program. And we will participate in the new calls of the Horizon Europe programs as well. Summarizing, because I want to go into detail of what we do in the different projects. Thanks to these projects, we are able to, we already have the tools to provide information directly to vehicles. Why? Because we put in place a CITS infrastructure. So the first step was to have a TCC. All motorway operators have a TCC, so a traffic control center. But what I said before, so we needed to have a new channel to provide information directly to vehicles and not to drivers. So we put in place a CITS server able to make use of the actual DATEX2 protocol for exchange data, but able to transmit messages, CITS messages to vehicles. So we put in place such an infrastructure, which seems to be quite complicated, but I'll explain it very quickly. So, so this is the TCC. The TCC provides information, as it does now, to a series of channels, VMS, radio, and so on, using the DATEX2 protocol. But the DATEX2 protocol has a limit as it is used now, so it's not georeferenced. What we need is to have, for the CITS communication, is to have georeferenced information. So we needed to put in place this server, which georeferences information, and then provides these messages are provided then, I will explain later how, to roadside units or to the cellular network. So we put in place this system to generate messages, CITS messages, and able to provide them to users. We installed 63 roadside units, which are the ones needed. So these antennas needed to provide information to vehicles in a short range communication, and they are so bidirectional antennas. But what we provide is a complete, let's say, way of communicating. So a communication channel, a double communication channel, a hybrid communication is called. So communication, a short range communication, as I said, the roadside unit, and the having a, so the limit is that they have a 2 kilometers range. So vehicles passing under these roadside units can receive the message, and outside the range of the roadside unit, they don't receive any message. So what we combine then this type of communication with a long range communication, and we created a virtual roadside unit. It acts as a gateway able to collect all messages independently from the georeferencing, and they transmit them to a broker, to the service provider, and vehicles then subscribe to a list of events to the MQP broker, and they receive just the information, the messages they need to receive. And the same happens here. So each roadside unit is georeferenced, and the CITS sends only the relevant information to the roadside unit. So this grants then safety to users or to vehicles everywhere. What is the advantage of these day one services? They are called day one services. These messages is that so of these CITS messages, it's that they go beyond the sensoring range of vehicles. Sensoring range of vehicles, they go up to 250 meters, but these anticipate information a lot of so hundreds of meters before the event. So this is the important thing. So they anticipate information. What are the D1 services? They are information on roadworks, for instance, if a lane is closed, if there is a deviation of a carriageway, and so on. They are hazardous location notification, they are called, so accidents, queues, stopped vehicles, stationary vehicles, weather conditions, and so on. And then in-vehicle signage, dynamic speed limit, all texts that we now put on VMS, they are called in-vehicle signage. We I'm almost done. I guess 2 slides. Yeah, and so we tested actually Iveco for us, but we tested in the C Road Italy project mentioned by Mr. Fusco. We also tested the track platooning, that is, in this case, there were 4 tracks connected one to each other, and they tested the longitudinal control, that is on the accelerations and brakings of these vehicles, and they don't control the side. So they don't have a side control. That is, if they received information about a roadworks, they needed to disengage to pass this roadworks and then to engage again after the roadworks. But the aim of this testing was to test the connectivity between the vehicles. So if the one brakes, the other 3 have to brake, and also to receive the correct information from the infrastructure. So it was a double test, let's say. And the same was done with the Maserati of FCA. But they have the longitudinal and also the side control. So they can interact and do a sort of a negotiation of maneuvers. So even if they move from one lane to the other lane, they keep on being connected. So these are the tests done. So the track platooning was tested on 300,000 kilometers, mainly on our motorway, but also on the network of Concessioni Autostradali Venete, because they were part of this project and they also have this system in place. Yeah, that was so. We also have a sustainable mobility plan. So we have a hydrogen production center. We have already installed about 50 e-chargers along the motorway. We also have monitor emissions generated by traffic, and we reduce also speed for environmental purposes. A lot of things, but actually, we decided or Mr. Costa decided to concentrate on this CITS infrastructure. Another time, maybe we will talk about the other sustainable issue. Yeah. Okay, that's all.
Marvelous. Thank you so very much for that. And thank you
I try to be as quick as possible.
No, that's brilliant. And thank you also so very much for stepping in for your colleague. You did a cracking job. Well done. Thank you very much indeed. I think we probably, in view of time, need to move swiftly on to the Israeli experience. Mickey Ayalon, are you there somewhere?
Yeah, I am here.
Good man, good man.
Waiting in anticipation.
Wonderful, nice to see you too. Can I just give you the floor then and take it away?
Yes, thank you very much. I will share my presentation, I hope, with sound also. Just let me know when you see my screen. And where is it?
Yeah, we've got it. We've got it.
And video, share sound also. It's
perfect.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity, Leonardo and the committee, for us to be here. In the audience, I have some special guests where Mr. Alessandro Finicelli from our distributor company in Italy, Auto-by-Net, which is representing us for more than 10 years. Our local sales manager, Fabio Figura, and of course, thank you, Sabato Fusco, for the warm regards you shared before in your presentation about our collaboration. Allow me to present Mobileye in a short video, okay, straight to the autonomous vehicle technology, and I will further discuss on who we are and what we are doing. Hear the sound, right?
Hey everyone, welcome to Mobileye. This is one of our autonomous test vehicles, and today we will give you an exclusive opportunity to join us for a fully autonomous ride in one of the most challenging driving environments here in Jerusalem. This vehicle is a lot different than any other autonomous vehicle that you may know. It has 12 cameras sensor suite, and that's it. No radars, no lidars. All the two-dimensional information coming from those cameras is extracted into a comprehensive 3D model of the environment. You will be able to see this 3D display on the left-hand side of the screen during the ride. Everything that you see here in this vehicle is being processed with only 2 IQ5 chips, our latest generation SoC. Let's go.
So here is a view of drone and a view from inside the car. You can see the driver is hands-free. All controlled by artificial intelligence and machine learning, driving in a very busy environment in the city of Jerusalem, which reminds quite a lot the city of Rome in terms of driving behavior and challenging transportation. And the vehicle should take a decision, same as human being, yet with a high cautious, in a balance of not being too aggressive, but not too conservative, because still we want to get to our destination on time and not create traffic density. Here you can see how the vehicle is maneuvering and all the pillars of HD map, camera only, sensing the road, detecting vulnerable road users, trucks, buses, cars, pedestrians. Take a decision in the middle of the city. Great. So this is my opening. This is where our autonomous technology is driving in the city of Jerusalem hands-free. Who we are in a few sentences. So we exist more than 21 years. We are the market leader and market pioneer of advanced driver assistance system. Our technology is the software based on AI and neural deep network, which is implemented into a chip that almost any type of vehicle today, almost any model today, which equipped with Mobileye technology, ADAS technology, is probably Mobileye. So we sold over 80 million chips during 2020. More than 300 car models are equipped with Mobileye inside, and 28 automakers globally are relying on our technology and trust our brand. In terms of, we should look at Mobileye as a spectrum from a driver, the advanced driver assistance system, which we are doing more than 21 years. We took this innovation part, but also our know-how that we gained toward those years, and we developed self-driving system end-to-end, hardware, cables, cameras, LiDARs, radars, and we should launch it very soon as a service, mobility as a service, as a robotaxi, together with Moovit, which is our end-to B2C customer platform for ordering. And the third pillar is our REM technology, our data technology that we just, I heard a lot of discussion about data and GDPR. I will explain what we are doing with this data, not only for the future, for driving safely by a machine in density area, but also how we take this technology and we're serving the roads towards a safer, but also digitalize all the assets on the road. So here, what you see in this slide is actually our evolution of the autonomous technology. So we start as a driver assist, which we have inside the camera and the chip. And this is what you can find in more than 25 leading automakers and even car models globally, okay? We goes into premium cars like BMW, Audi, Volkswagen, and also Geely and NIO, where they are combining 4 pillars. Still is the IQ, okay? They are relying on our REM mapping. It means that they are digitizing, while they're driving, digitizing the road. They are coming with the model of responsibility sensitive safety, which is the model, a combination of mathematical, but also legal aspects that we were the first to present to the market, where we can help the decision maker how to take a step ahead and create kind of a framework where they can understand how autonomous technology can scale up driving with human in the roads until we reach into the stage where there are machine-only driving. We need to understand if something happened, whom to blame, okay? And this is kind of mathematical formula and legal formula, and we are happy to be the first to introduce it to the global market to help the decision maker to create kind of a committee that will hopefully will create the pillars to agree and implement as much as such technology on the roads. Okay, and we are going into self-driving system, full hands-free, okay, towards mobility as a service when it comes to delivery. So our collaboration with Godthelp and with Transdev in France, towards the mobility as a service, the robotaxi, which we are going to deliver and launch such a service in Jerusalem and also in Munich. And here is the map where soon you will be hearing our mobility as a service, means autonomous robotaxi, the driving in the street, and people, users are taking this ride, same as they use a taxi, okay? But this time it's hands-free without the driver, and the cost is reduced by 70%, so it almost compares like taking a bus in terms of costs. And this is what we are seeing here. We are going to launch the project in Detroit, New York, Israel, and Munich. And next we will find ourselves in Tokyo and Shanghai. And this is where we implementing our technology, and actually again pioneered in terms of technology. And I don't know if you saw, but we launched a robotaxi driving in the city of New York, hands-free. And it was just published a few months ago. So how the AV knows where does it go, where does it drive? We created the REM technology, which is the localization of the car by pinpointing the assets on the road in a very anonymized way to achieve two pillars. One is localization on the road, drivable path. The second is to create a redundancy. Means that we are creating a memory to the car. For example, even if there is 5 centimeters snow on the road, still the car have a memory where it drove 1 week ago, or other drivers as a crowdsource drove, and it still knows how to localize himself. And this is where our HD map technology, in combination of other cameras and radar and lidar, should localize himself in an accurate of 10 centimeters or even less. With, I would say, kind of we are taking the data, and we are able with our IQ chip to upload the data of 10 kilobytes per kilometer. So our compression rate is very low. So what do AV maps have to do with potholes or electric poles? So we took this technology that it's kind of futuristic, and we are using it for our autonomous vehicle or for level 2+ conditional autonomy premium cars. And we actually can take the same technology and retrofit it into an existing vehicle, such as bus, commercial fleet, vans. And those units are able to take this rain data and create a useful for asset management and dynamic events on the road, and create a package of GIS layers that can be used for smart cities and smart roads and infrastructure planning. How does it look like? So the same technology that for the RAM, the same technology that we are using for autonomous vehicle, we can retrofit it into existing cars. Yet the use of such a technology is mainly to detect the assets on the road, static assets such as electric poles, street light, semantic such as landmark quality, potholes, cracks, and dynamic events that occur on the road from aggregated data into near real time. We'll try to do it even faster. So how does it go? We retrofit the car with our Mobileye 8 Connect with the IQ4 chip, a premium chip that used in BMW, Audi, and others, but it can be installed even on 10 years old car. It's installed on the car, and while the car is doing their day-to-day job, we are aggregating anonymously the data, and we are compressing it in the cloud, and via API or GeoJSON file, we are able to send it to the city hub or to the toll road hub, and actually digitize all the road and all the assets on the road itself. But that's not all, and I will try to show here some few initiative and few innovation that we are going to launch very soon. So some of the audience here, it will be quite new for them if you heard me in the past. So we are going to introduce very soon, and we are doing some demo projects in other cities, our new platform which is a combination of Mobileye and Intel. As you know, Mobileye is an Intel company from 2017. So we are using the source from Intel, and we actually built a platform. So we will be able to share our data end-to-end. So data and platform, where you can also implement other source of data that can come from drones or from LiDAR survey. And this is an example of a project in Greece, in the city of Rafina, where you can see the potholes, cracks, and some images in the city for customized detection. And this is going to be our new offering soon to come to the Italian market. So we are working on cities, but also on smart road for maintaining road assets, real-time traffic management, and city planning. What is different between our data to what you are used to, like a surveying LiDAR vehicle, is that first of all, we are crowdsourced. So the information is coming from everywhere. Every car that equipped with Mobileye technology, whether it's aftermarket or OEM, we can upload the data and can be useful for the end user, for the city planning or for the toll roads. It's based on vision, so it means that your car is becoming an intelligent agent in a safe way. Okay, we are not recording, it's not a DVR, but we are using the AI for the usage. It's a high refresh rate. You can get an update on your asset status on a monthly or quarterly basis. It's a high coverage, and it's very scalable. Okay, I will go quite fast to some new innovation that we have today, and we are launching and soon to come to Italy, which is landmark quality. While the vehicles is driving, using AI, we are able to detect the landmark quality and provide a score to the city planning or to the toll roads in order to help for predictive maintenance, but also for reactive maintenance. Instead of surveying all the roads all the time, we are able to pinpoint what are the areas where the landmark has faded, and then the decision-making can help and go and fix it based on the pinpoint. And actually save the costs and create kind of a smart tenders. But that's not all. Also, we are the same technology are able to detect whether street lights are lit or not. Okay. And the third, which is what we call, and this is, for example, a demo project that we are doing in the city of Ajaccio in France, used to call Ajaccio, where the Italian were ruling this part of the world. The city of Ajaccio, where we are developing change detection of the asset, means that we can detect the traffic signals. And if there is change in the traffic signal angle relative to the ground, for example, from 90 degrees goes to 40 degrees due to car accidents or other things that happen, we are able to send an alert that coming from the Mobileye 8 Connect, from the vehicles that drive in the city, and doing the day-to-day job to the city hub, and for fixing it in the short time. But that's not all. We are improving our asphalt detection or our kind of a road maintenance detection. So while the car, again, is doing the day-to-day job, we are pinpointing the potholes and the cracks. And we are working to shortcut the update from quarterly to a monthly, and of course improving our detection. And thanks to some projects that we already have, some of them in Italy, and I will show a demo, we are able to provide a better software and a better detection for reactive, mainly for reactive maintenance. So how do today we are helping the Italian roads, and how we bringing the value into Italy is by serving the road assets or the road signals, a real-time traffic management, but also safety equipment for buses with the Shield Connect, which is 2 rear cameras that we are installing today on ATM Milan buses. We are detecting pedestrians on an environment area where the buses have the blind spots. We are able also to help and reduce accidents between vulnerable road users and buses, and also the forward camera, which also collecting and providing the data, which is the Mobileye 8 Connect. And this is an example of the city of Rome, where we already have the road signals, and the colorful point where you see here is actually the road signals. And I know that in Italy there is a law, a mandate law, where the road signals should be surveyed every year, should be refreshed every year. So I'm here to tell you that we are able to support such an information, same as we did with the city of Rome, because we already have this kind of information coming from the Mobileye 8 and from the OEM. And this is how we can serve better the city planning. And this is an example how we take this road signal surveying or detection, and we are able to compare it with the driving behavior style in the city of Rome, where you can see harsh acceleration, harsh cornering on the red dot, yet we can analyze whether the signals of the 40 km/h is visible or not. And it can help to decision maker, but also it can help for analytical aspect. Same as Sabato just explained, I'm very proud to say that we have this opportunity to collaborate with CAV, and for us, for Mobileye, it's a huge honor to be part of and to create a value to a toll road in Italy. And this is what we are doing with CAV in the last few months, and hopefully in the next few years, where they equip their vehicle, 42 vehicles, and while they are doing the day-to-day job, we are able to help them for reactive maintenance of the road, and we are able to actually providing the whole scope end-to-end, dynamic events, static road signals, cracks, potholes, and for the first time, combined with all the other initiative project that CAV is launching and doing, and now they have a kind of a smart road dashboard where they can have all the information that is necessary to bring to the user of the road the best service. And thanks to this opportunity that CAV is giving us, we are launching this data project with them together, and all the data that you see here from the dynamic aspect, the static one, are coming from the Mobileye 8 Connect, that not only collect the data, but also providing safety alert to the driver of CAV, and by that we also helping saving life and preventing accidents to happen on the road. So this was my part. I'm very thankful for this opportunity. Of course, because of the time, I have lots to say and lots to share. It's not only 18 minutes, it's not enough. But thank you for this opportunity. And that's it.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. I feel like tomorrow just arrived. That's really quite impressive. And there are a couple of questions to you in the chat. So if you wouldn't mind possibly answering the chat just to save some time, that would be really very much appreciated. So moving, if I may, slightly swiftly on to go underground, actually, road tunnels, a smart, safe environment. Can I introduce and invite I can't pronounce it. Alessandro Focaracci.
Focaracci.
I beg your pardon. Do forgive me.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here, and thank you for the opportunity to be here to speak about tunnel safety. In the current cycle of PIARC Tunnel Committee, the increase of the resilience in a tunnel system is the main target and the subject of studies, analysis of the committees. In this respect, the Technical Committee 4.4 Tunnels is currently developing the report Improving Road Tunnel Resilience, Considering Safety and Availability. In this report, road tunnel resilience is defined as the ability to prepare and plan for, absorb, recover from, or more successfully adapt to actual or potential negative effects of events or developments affecting the availability of a road tunnel. The acquires resilience to keep a tunnel available from traffic under safe condition actually applies to the whole tunnel system. In this report, tunnel system is defined as the system that consists of the road in and nearby the tunnel structure, the tunnel technical installation, including the control systems, the control center from which the tunnel is operated, the organization staff and the business of and the tunnel process of the tunnel manager, for instance, regarding incident response. In addition, the following elements can be part of the tunnel system: the traffic management measures for the road network, the interaction with other object systems. In PIARC definition of tunnel resilience, an acceptable safety level is a mandatory constraint for the tunnel to be available for traffic. This means that if the safety level decreases below a certain level, the availability for the traffic can be limited, or the tunnel can be closed completely. In other words, if the risk level grows behind a certain value, the availability of the tunnel must be limited, or the tunnel must be completely closed. In this context, mitigation measure to graduate a safety level for the tunnel could be the closure of one or more lines, reduction of speed limit, closure of the tunnel for specific vehicle categories, for example, dangerous goods vehicle, trucks, or buses, closure of the tunnel for all traffic. In this case, all vehicles have to take an alternative route. Mitigating measures will be able to timely and efficiently cover the effects of negative events that compromise the availability of the tunnel route. A way to improve the tunnel system resilience is given by the smart tunnel. What's the smart tunnel? Smart tunnel is a tunnel equipped with sensors and monitors and verifies the state of the tunnel system, the traffic, and the environment boundary condition to acquire the parameters that influence the management of the tunnel. The smart tunnel equipped with SCADA is a highly innovative tool in the field of the safety in tunnel and perfectly fits with the improving road tunnel resilience. This is the picture that shows the SCADA, the smart tunnel, where the sensors monitors the system status, the traffic data, the environmental parameters to make a dynamic risk analysis. SCADA system is a new layout of a SCADA system, SCADA system of the tunnel, able to perform a risk analysis dynamic risk analysis that has been developed to achieve the immediate effective benefits through the implementation of operational measures in road tunnel in which advanced system and sensors are installed. SCADA system improve the road tunnel resilience. The SCADA processes the main parameters that influence the management of the tunnel and determines the real-time level of safety and if additional security measures are required. Through the evaluation of analysis of all parameters acquired from the sensors and system, a continuous monitoring of the safety level of the tunnel is carried out, performing the dynamic risk analysis at regular pre-established intervals. Dynamic risk analysis is carried out normally every 10-15 minutes under normal operational condition, or in case of quickly changes of the traffic or environmental conditions, or when the level of systems functioning changes for an immediate reevaluation of the security level. The instantaneous risk value is obtained through the quantitative probabilistic analysis according to the method defined by the Italian law, IRAM, Italian Risk Analysis Method, and the results will be the expected value at the FN curve with the social risk. The tolerability and the acceptability criteria will be set evaluating risk in the real time and compared with the expected risk evaluated during the design of the tunnel and approved by the administrative authority. The level of instantaneous risk calculated as expected value of damage compared to the expected risk approved by the administrative authority can be classified according to 4 categories of instantaneous risk. The level 1, low risk, corresponds to the tunnel in operating under optimal safety conditions, where the implementation of saving strategies could also be permitted safe energy mode. Level 2, normal risk, corresponds to a tunnel in operation under standard safety condition. Level 3, pre-alert, when the risk exceeded a reference value. Level 4, alert, when the risk exceeded acceptable risk level. On the Italian motorway network, installation of SCADA system have already started in several tunnels. You see in the picture, one is Rimazzano Tunnel on Livorno-Civitavecchia motorway, on Valico Tunnel on Parma-La Spezia motorway, in Melarancio Tunnel on Milano-Naples motorway. And it is expected in the coming months the installation into Caltanissetta Tunnel in Sicily. Autostrade per l'Italia, S.p.A, one of Europe's leading concessionaires for the construction and management of two motorways, has included in this business plan 2020-2024 the installation of SCADA system in several tunnels. The figure indicated will be represented 3 levels of risk. The graphical interface shows the value, the risk, the value of the damage trend related to the surveys of the last 24 hours and highlights a significant deviation of the main input parameters if they are recorded at the same time as the rise of the level of risk at to the attention area. The level 4 doesn't appear at the moment. In conclusion, the concept of SCADA perfectly fits within improving road tunnel resilience. It's always possible to know real time what happens inside the tunnel the environmental condition, traffic data, and system status to apply operational measures in order to ensure the expected risk level. In the future developments foresee that the system will also to be able to monitor the structure status of the tunnel and the other structures such as bridges, viaducts, as well the presence of any landslide in the surrounding environments. And I hope that this system will find in the future, and we also discuss in Calgary with the committee. Thank you very much for the attention.
No, and thank you very much for the presentation. That was very much appreciated. Really very interesting. And I'm glad to hear that you're being able to present in Calgary at the Winter Congress.
Thank you.
We're now going to move to our final presentation, which will be made by Gianluca Cossale. Have I said that correctly?
Yes, that's me. Yes, that's me.
So may I invite you to take the floor and go with your presentation?
Yes, sure. I'll try also to be quite quick for clear. I already shrink my presentation, deleting a couple of slides from my deck. But anyway, please just let me know if you can see my screen.
We can indeed, yes, that's perfect.
Okay, excellent, that's fantastic. And if you can also to hear my voice, that's
yes, beautiful.
Great. Okay, excellent. So good afternoon to everybody. My name is Gianluca Cossale, and I'm the recently appointed coordinator of the Italian National Technical Committees. Today, I would like to briefly, as it is the last presentation of this very interesting workshop, present a new multidisciplinary project. We recently started focused on smart signaling. Well, frankly speaking, almost, sorry, perhaps there is some mistake. Can you see me? Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Almost everything started after perusal of the Task Force B2 report on automated vehicles, which helped us to get inspired and, as widely discussed yesterday, provided us with a well-appreciated overview on road signage and its criticalities, especially in view of the penetration of fully automated vehicles technology expected to occur next coming years. As reported as highlighted in the report, main criticalities are related to, firstly, lack of international harmonization of road signs, depending on whether their implementation is, let's say, Vienna Convention influenced or MUTCD, that is the American regulation, influenced, where main key differences are in terms of units, shape, color, and language. This lack leads to potential detrimental effects on traffic sign recognition system interoperability between countries. Secondly, difficulties were identified by the TSR, traffic sign recognition systems, to read dynamic signs. As you know, TSR do not generally recognize variable message signs and changeable message sign systems, as they tend to focus on fixed speed sign recognition. Variable speed limit signs and lane management signs also normally are not recognized by current TSR systems. Thirdly, but not last, lane marking proved not to be a robust system, at least on its own, for a safe automated vehicles circulation, as it is technically impossible to predict or detect the failure of marking expressed as the degradation to a point that automation is compromised. Okay. Based on these, and as we move into new and more advanced levels of automation, vehicle systems will take on more responsibility, and the role of the driver will diminish over time. To guarantee safe circulation, the roadway infrastructure must move from analog messages designed, let's say, for human eyes to digital messages designed so technologies in automated cars can interpret the surrounding environment and quickly respond, creating redundancy which increase the confidence of the vehicle to make critical driving decisions. By taking these aspects into consideration and in cooperation with the Italian National Highway Agency, ANAS, S.p.A, PIARC Italy recently created a working group completely dedicated to road signage and more specifically to smart signaling. The new working groups aims to achieve one specific objective, that is to conduct an international review and benchmarking of current technologies in order to identify and ideally test solutions that could best be applied to the Italian scenario. Surely in an harmonized way with the EU directives, as well as provide recommendations for the transition to smart signage, guidelines for the management of smart signs, recommendations for regulatory adaptations for smart signage implementation expected in the near future. The scope of the working group would like to be to provide, let's say, institutions, lawmakers, as ministry or other governmental entities, with support to guide during forthcoming
Luca,
decisions.
sorry, this is Miguel speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes,
we
I
only
can.
see your first slide. The slides are not moving for us.
They are not moving, oh, for God's sake. What's going on? Just a second. Sorry, I was assuming. Can you see the presentation?
Not yet.
Oh, sorry, this is quite odd.
We were seeing the presentation, but I guess you launched it in another screen.
Yes, you should have the file of the presentation. Can you send it?
Let me check it. Yeah.
You should have it. This puzzles me. I was going ahead with the slide. I was nearly to the end, actually.
No, we were still on slide 1.
Can you share it?
Sorry, Gianluca, I don't have this presentation. I didn't have it by email. What happened is we were seeing your presentation, but not in presentation mode. So we were just seeing the first slide.
Precisely.
Share it again.
There we go. This is it.
Don't put it in presentation mode because it will go to your other screen and we will not see it. And just move like this to the second one.
Yes, it should be. Can you see it now?
We're on slide 1, smart signaling slide.
Wow.
We keep in the now we see the second one.
This is strange. This is strange.
Now we're on slide 2.
Anyway.
Slide 3.
Gianluca, are you still with us?
He's looking very frozen.
Now.
Gianluca, the presentation has stopped.
Should we just give him half a minute to see if he's able to reconnect and come back in?
Yep.
But just for everybody else who's still on the call, I think what we're going to have to do is at the end of this presentation, we won't be able to...
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Ah, okay. Sorry, I don't know what's going on.
You froze. You went frozen. And now we're back on your slide 3. That's perfect. Oh. It's disappeared again.
Okay, now it should be okay, correct?
It's now on slide working. You're now on slide 3. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Please just let me know if you can see it.
Yes, it's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so sorry for that.
That's okay.
Now it should be a bit better. So yes, no, I just was going to say that this new working group aims is to achieve one specific objective, that is to conduct an international review and benchmarking on current technologies in smart signage in order to identify and ideally test solutions that could best be applied to the Italian scenario, surely in an harmonized way with the EU directives, as well as provide recommendations for the transition to smart signage, guidelines for the management of smart signs, recommendations for regulatory adaptation for smart signage implementation, while the scope of the working group would like to be to provide institutions, lawmakers, as ministry and other governmental entities with support to guide during forthcoming decisions, and to road managers with support to guide future choices by aiming at the efficiency and sustainability of their investments, which are expected to be huge in this field. Due to the importance of the topics, which includes for sure impacts on road safety too, great attention has been paid to stakeholders management. Indeed, great effort has been deployed to get engaged. Major road managers like ANAS, like Autostrade per l'Italia, totaling around 35,000 kilometers of road managed, and relevant institutions and ministries, which are supposed to be, at the end of the day, the primary final end users and beneficiary of these working groups' outcomes. I think it is not worth it to mention that the Italian Ministry of Infrastructure and Sustainable Mobility recently, about 3 years ago, established a permanent observatory on smart roads and connected drive. The activities of this working group are planned and are scheduled to be carried out in a coordinated and complementary manner to that observatory. Okay. We also involved universities and research centers operating in the field, relevant associations as ISCAT, which is the Italian Association of Motorway Concessionaires, and it is a member of the ASECAP, that is the European Association of Motorway Concessionaires. Therefore, there would be a constant link and exchange of views in the framework of the European Union community. There is also the involvement of the Italian Association of Smart Signs Makers. In addition to these, we are going to involve also private companies like road sign manufacturers, ADAS software suppliers, as our friends Mobileye, telecommunications and GIS providers as TIM, Esri, Movax, and other Italian company. Top tier engineering firms as Tecne and Sina, and some car manufacturers as Tesla, and so on. I think it is important to mention also that we are going to involve 2 additional technical committees, namely the 3.3 asset management and the 3.1 road safety, just because we deem to consider the road safety as a primary aspect to consider. Last slide, in order to go to the end. With regard to the program, of the activities, we considered dividing the work into 5 macro activities. First 2 activities are planned to run in parallel. The first activity is a global benchmarking and analysis of current technologies, including their visions and approaches. Paying special attention also to international harmonization and interoperability issues that are crucially important. The outcome of these activities is expected to be a literature review on road signs for autonomous car, let's say. The second activity is an analysis of the state of the art of road signs and identification of their criticalities, both from the technical, positioning, and management points of view, with a particular focus on impacts on road safety and possible deficiencies in terms of compliance with regulatory requirements. Just as an example, the fact that it is not so common to meet and to have the opportunity to find created, active, and up-to-date road signs cadastre, which should be mandatory for public administrations. The outcome of this second activity is expected to be an analysis of the state of the art of road signs and identification of their criticalities, along with preparation of guidelines for the management of road signs, including the drafting of specifications for management systems. These first 2 activities are expected to take approximately 3 to 4 months, and we are now starting these 2 activities these days. Completed these first 2 activities, we plan to identify and analyze the technological solutions that could best be applied to the Italian context, as well as carrying out a gap analysis related to their potential implementation. Outcomes from these pillar activities are expected to be guidelines for the transition to smart signage, and recommendations for regulatory adaptation for the implementation of smart signage. In closure, in parallel to these activities, we are going to seek for funding, possibly through the Next Generation EU program, in order to be able to conduct an experimental campaign on the technological solutions considered. Our first considerations, but just preliminary considerations, are to create a not necessarily short road section equipped with the signage technologies considered during this project, and to analyze the readability and the behavior of the ADAS vehicles in case of changes of boundary conditions, let's say. But as mentioned, this project is at the moment at the preliminary stage, and we are currently still in the activity design phase, developed also in coordination with ANAS and other institutional stakeholders like ministries I mentioned earlier. The total duration of the project is expected to be about 12 months. So I'm sure that I will be able to provide you with updates and activities over the time. Thank you very much for your attention. This is all, and I remain at your disposal in case you have any query.
That's marvelous, marvelous. Thank you so very much for all of that. That very resilient to have survived 2 or 3 little internet foibles there. So thank you so very much, and thank you, in fact, to all our presenters this afternoon for the immense effort and energy they've put into producing this lengthy and comprehensive programme. I know we've really rather run out of time, so we will undertake, as I think Leonardo has said in the chat earlier, that we will respond to all the questions that have been raised in writing following this event to ensure that we don't hold any of you back from your forthcoming bed or meetings or breakfast, depending on which time zone you are sitting within. But it remains for me, I think, to say thank you so very much to all of you for your contributions. Can I just pass very briefly to John Milton, who is the chair of our committee, who I know has to disappear off to another workshop in any minute now. Can I just pass to you, John, and then I'll wrap up for you.
Thank you very much, Lucy, and thank you to all the participants of the workshop, and very, very significant thanks to Leonardo for the extra effort that you put into this, and Matts for getting together to get this workshop done. Again, it was a great workshop. I appreciate all the effort that went into it. And unfortunately, I do have to run to another seminar workshop that I'm doing and is waiting for me right now. So thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, John. Have you got just 1 minute to add your comments, Leonardo?
Yes, definitely. Well, I think it's been a long half day, concentrated to this work in this last session. And I think it was very important what we've done because as I said before, it's a new topic for PIARC. It's a new public appearance on this. And I was glad that we had a chance to meet our new president, Mr. Nasir Ali, and of course all the other members of PIARC who were here with us, Manuela Stocchi, our beloved Claude van Rooten, of course. And it is indeed interesting. We will come out with a resume article in the next weeks. We're going to work on it, and it's going to be interesting. We will publish the answers of the questions in written in the article. So we will receive everything and we will read everything in the article. And well, it's a thanking moment and an acknowledgement moment. Thank you to the moderators, Lise Fournier and Lucy Wickham, of course, for the patience they had managing all the difficult names they had to pronounce. I understand it's difficult. It's not really easy, but you made it wonderfully. And thank you to Miguel Casafloret, who helped us in this, and Aleksandra Shibluska, who is not with us now, but she managed all the technical stuff beyond the curtains. And thank you to myself. And I was very happy to put up this wonderful event, and there was a challenge, and it came up in a difficult moment when everyone was very engaged in the president's election. But it came out wonderful.
Right, that's super, Leonardo. Before I'm going to pass the baton to Patrick just before we close, but I just wondered if Matts, do you want to say anything before we close?
Not really. I don't want to extend this day, but okay. It's been a great 2 days. I think it's wonderful. And thank you, Leonardo. You have done a wonderful job on this. Thank you.
Yeah, here. Can I therefore pass the baton to Patrick to make a formal close to all of this?
Thanks, Lucy. Thank you. I have to say, I'm Patrick Benjak. I guess many of you know me from PIARC. I have to say I missed most of the seminar. But I'm glad to see, even at that late hour in Europe, so many people still staying here. This confirms the topic is really interesting. As you may have heard, we launched a project in PIARC about connected vehicles and smart roads classification, which confirmed that road safety is indeed one of the angles that road operators and road authorities are mostly interested in. So this confirmed that this seminar was really spot on. It's obviously been really well organized, and I look forward to reading the conclusions and proceedings of this workshop. So congratulations to everyone, and to the team at General Secretariat, Miguel and Aleksandra, to all the panelists, of course, and last but not least, Leonardo, for creating it, setting it up. Thank you. Really, it's really great to see so many people with so much energy working on our topics, on those topics. Thank you very much.
Marvelous. So shall we bring this to a formal close now, Leonardo, and wish everybody a good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night. Never quite sure what the right terminology would be, but
if Miguel can put up the promotional Rome video, we can all go away with some nice music and images in our head.
And all I do know, Leonardo, is I must not now drink cappuccino.
Okay, not at night. Eat cappuccino only in the morning. You see. Okay, thank you. Goodbye to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Take care.
Yes.
Bye.
Very good seminar, Leonardo. Next one, physical in Rome.
Okay, you work on it. I'm tired. I can, please.
Thank you for the meeting, Leonardo.
Thank you. How are you? Come on, let's go. Let's complete it together now.
Thank you to everyone. Bye-bye. Take care.
Ciao, Miguel. Ciao, Patrick.
Bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.